Good afternoon. We'd like to call the Internal Audit Committee meeting to order, or Audit Committee meeting to order at 1:06 p.m. So in accordance with Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 844108, B2, as Chair of the Audit Committee, I offer the following facts and circumstances in support of a finding of necessity for the Audit Committee to conduct its March 13, 2025 meeting without the physical presence of a quorum. The committee is scheduled to take up important matters which require timely action by the committee, including but not limited to receive reports on internal and external audit matters. Participation by electronic means is necessary due to committee members' travel schedules and the committee's needs to receive updates and information expeditiously. Accordingly, I move that the committee find that the participation by a quorum of the committee members of electronic means of communication is necessary. Is there a second?
Second.
The question is on the motion to find that participation by a quorum of the committee members of electronic means of communication is necessary. Secretary, please take the roll.
Chair Smith-Knight,
Aye.
Trustee Qualls,
Aye.
Trustee Trauber,
Yes.
Trustee Trauber.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, barely.
We're going to work on the audio. Give us just a second, Trustee. Can you speak again, please?
Are you able to hear me now?
We can. We're going to turn you up just a little bit more. Can you speak one more time?
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes, that's better. Thank you.
Yes.
And we also have with us Chair Winton.
Yes.
Thank you.
And I apologize, I believe I should have done a roll call at the beginning of the meeting. I just need to remind everybody, the members of the Audit Committee are Trustee Charles Trauber, Dr. Marquita Qualls, and the ex officio is Chair Dakasha Winton, and myself, Danita Smith-Knight.
Would you like me to go ahead and call the roll?
Yes, please.
Great. Board members, if you cannot hear or speak to the other board members, please state so when I call your name. And for any board member participating electronically, please identify any individuals who are present in the location from which you are participating when your name is called. Trustee Smith-Knight,
Present.
Trustee Qualls,
Present.
Trustee Trauber,
Here, and I'm alone.
Trustee Winton.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, the agenda calls for approval of the November 22nd, 2024 Audit Committee meeting minutes. You all should have received this in the portal. Are there any changes or corrections? All right, hearing none, is there a motion to adopt the minutes?
I move that we adopt the minutes from the November 22nd Audit Committee meeting.
I'll second.
All right, it has been moved and seconded.
Trustee Smith-Knight,
Yes.
Trustee Qualls,
Yes.
Trustee Trauber,
Yes.
Trustee Winton.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
All right, next on the agenda is the report on external and internal audits. And so we will turn it over to Dr. Williams-Forbes.
Good morning, trustees and President Tucker. Report on external and internal audits. Report on external audits. FY 2023 financial statement audit. The state auditors has completed their field work and are now in the final phases. They plan to release the audit report in April. FY 2024 single audit. There were 4 repeat single audit findings. Management comments have been received and accepted. These findings and management comments will be part of the 2024 State of Tennessee Single Audit Report, which will be published in late March. The 4 repeat findings are reserved for discussion during the executive session. FY 2024 Financial Statement Audit. The audit is on schedule. Materials are being provided promptly, and the team anticipates completing the fieldwork by June as scheduled. I don't have the page numbers, I'm sorry. Report on internal audit. We had 1 internal audit. It was the Office of the President under former President Dr. Glenda Glover for the period July 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 2024. An internal financial audit of the Office of the President is required in compliance with TN Code, Title 49, Chapter 7, to determine compliance with state statuses and institutional policies regarding expenses. I know that writing is small, so you would see a summary of the details in your board material. If you flip up probably to the last page, it's a summary. The total expenses in terms of institution was $1,078,611. Foundation, $6,263. External sources, $60,055. The total presidential expenses, $1,144,929. In addition to that, there were some housing expenses and also athletic tickets. The report contains no findings. There was a difference of $127,827. It was an increase from the previous year, 2023, averaging about 11% increase. Any questions on the President's office expenses?
Just one for me. When we say the President's office, salary and benefits, do you know who that includes or what positions that includes?
In addition to the president, it's basically everyone in the president's office. At that point, it was her executive assistant. Well, I think she had 2 executive assistants at that time. In addition to that, executive to the president. And I don't believe the chief of staff was included at that point.
So that $400,000 represents 3 salaries and benefits?
I may not be 100% correct on that. Now I'm thinking about it, probably the chief of staff was included. That would make more sense.
Trustee Trauber, do you have any questions?
No.
Everyone, do you know whether or not the increases that you discussed, so do you have like a 5-year history, or do you have any overview of what would look like, what, I'm not going to say reasonable increase would look like, but what is the average increase of year over year in terms of the expenses of the president?
I don't have that information, but I can probably get it for you. I can speak with the budget office, because in the past, the budget office has completed this report.
Okay.
I actually did the audit on it, but I wanted to make a recommendation in conversation with the budget office. It actually probably should be in general accounting as opposed to the budget office, because these are actual numbers versus budgeted numbers.
Okay, thank you.
But I can get that for you.
Thank you so much.
I do have one other question. I'm trying to find it. So under the housing, where it gives the amount that was covered for maintenance costs in the housing, if this is a part, if the president's house is a building, does facilities not cover that? Why is it separate than facilities?
Well, JLL basically does a lot of work on it also, so that's a contractor.
But why is it separate under the president's expense and not under facilities with JLL?
Oh, basically to actually identify what expenses relate to her office.
Okay.
But I'm assuming these have always been a part of this.
They have always, no changes.
Okay. Are there any other questions about this item?
Yeah, just one question came to mind looking at the observations, and there's a comment, excuse me, that says Schedule B includes charges that should have been assigned to the foundation.
Yes, and
Is that all the charges or certain charges on Schedule B?
that was charges relating to the Nissan Stadium. And that happens just about every year for some reason. The foundation, the books are closed before these reports are completed. And basically, to go back and restate it, we consider that immaterial, so we don't go back and restate these charges or charge them back to the foundation, because the report is completed after that, and they're already recorded.
But is the payment process for the foundation expenses the same as the university? Is there not something separate that allows them to be recorded separately?
They are separate.
Okay, but we're not coding it separately.
Right, exactly. And
Okay.
can we reserve this
Absolutely.
continued conversation for
Absolutely.
executive session? Next agenda item.
All right, next we have the internal audit plan update.
As of March 2025, you'll notice in purple, which I meant to, those were plan changes. The first one was the cash advance. Cash advance was added to the travel card transactions, and the dates was extended. The QAR, external and internal review, we're going to reserve that also for executive session discussion. Conflict of interest forms, we had a November date, but in terms of reviewing them, it took us through January to complete the review of the conflict of interest forms. The hours did change down to 990. Those hours changed because we deleted the QAR for this year, and more details will be provided on that later. However, the hours increased in terms of total. Originally, we had 3,915. It increased to 4,415.
And that's just on the original audit plan that we had.
Yes.
Got it. And I have to ask this just one more time for the record. Our audit plan and our program, do we have a system in place
No.
to capture? Okay.
No, we don't.
Are there other questions related to the internal audit plan?
Yes, I have a question. So I see the total budgeted hours are 4,415. And I understand these audits are for this fiscal year, is that correct?
Correct.
And for one person, I guess working a 40-hour week, that would be 2,080 hours a year. So if there's one person in audit, 40-hour week is 2,080 hours. How should we reconcile that there are 4,415 budgeted hours for these audits?
Well, we've had the discussion, and we plan to continue the discussion in executive session on possibly co-sourcing.
And so just so we're clear, you have spent most of your time on the required items,
Yes,
plus other investigations.
exactly.
And has there been any risk assessment on the items that are not required and the lag or delay in those audits being completed?
Well, it was a complete risk assessment report, and I think that report was forwarded to at least the Audit Committee. That was completed in conjunction with risk management, Cynthia Howe.
But this was a complete risk assessment, not targeted to delay in the items on the audit plan?
Correct.
So that was the risk assessment for the overall organization as it relates to the financial integrity
Report, correct.
Other questions from trustees on the committee?
Not a question, just a comment. I mean, I guess following up to Charles's point, this is a lot of hours, and so even though we ask a lot of questions and it may seem hard, we don't take it for granted that you are one person trying to do all of this work, so.
Thank you.
Are there other questions from other trustees at this point? All right, next item on the agenda, let's see. At this point, we will enter into executive session and discuss items that are deemed confidential under state law. So we would need to stop the recording or the broadcast, actually. And we need to adjourn. Think we need a roll call? Just a motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
Second.
All right, we're adjourned.
We can do just a quick voice vote on that motion. All in
Okay.
favor?
All in favor? Aye.
Motion
Aye.
passes.
Thank you. We're adjourned.
All right, well, good afternoon, everyone. I believe we're ready to call the Student and Academic Affairs Committee to order. At 3:03 p.m. Oh, call the roll, please.
Board members, if you cannot hear or speak to the other board members, please state so as your name is called for roll. For each board member participating electronically, please identify any individuals who are present in the location from which you are participating when your name is called. Trustee Norfleet?
Here.
Trustee Smith?
Present.
Trustee Young-Sigler?
Present.
Trustee Winton? Here. Trustee Vasquez? I believe Trustee Vasquez will be attending virtually. I'm not sure if he's on yet or not. Okay, we can proceed.
All right. The first order of business is the approval of the November 22nd Student and Academic Affairs Committee meeting minutes.
Motion to approve. Second.
We can actually take a voice vote on that.
All right, sounds good. All those in favor? I'm sorry.
Aye.
Aye.
We'll keep moving along. I believe now we're going to have the Student Affairs report. Dr. Goldman is going to lead that report, I believe. Okay.
And for the record, the motion passed.
Oh, yes, thank you. Should I move on since she... We'll now have our Student Affairs report by Dr. Goldman. Good.
Is it on now? Yep, absolutely. Good afternoon. I know in your board agenda, you have a very long, extensive report, like 30 pages. And because we are not going to spend that time walking through 30 pages, I have a small clip of the different highlights. We have a pretty big division in student affairs with 16 units. And you can take a look here at the different units. And so what I decided to do, and I think will be very helpful, is if we just share some highlights of the different areas as opposed to going through the 32-page slide. So the first area, we have enrollment services that we're going to take a deep dive into with some numbers. And of course, we'll talk about AOB, we'll talk about health and mental health services, and then we'll also talk about a little bit about timely care, right? So the numbers are always of utmost importance. This is the unit highlights that we'll share. So first, coming up April 12th, we have a preview day. And right now we have approximately 300 individuals registered to attend our preview day. Those numbers will go up. It's a really, really big day for us. Our goal for this upcoming fall semester is a total of 968 new students. Right now, the way we're trending, in-state, we have 286. Out-of-state, we have 540, for a total of 826 first-time freshmen. And then our transfer students, you can see they're just about split with 45, 44, with 89 students. We will talk a little bit more about the goals for fall 2025 with a little bit more detail. here for our spring enrollment numbers. You can't really see that, but I can just kind of give you a summary. And that is for our spring enrollment, we were 610 students over the budgeted FTE, just to give you a summary there. And then for our enrollment details, if you take a look at our enrollment from 2020 to 2024, you'll note that we've been trending down for fall semester, which is typically our largest enrollment. We had 6,310 students. Okay. And then at the last board meeting and another time, we were asked a little bit about students, the number of students in state and out of state. So I thought I'll put a slide in just to show you over the years what our in-state and our out-of-state numbers look like. And you can see that we've gained some traction in that area in terms of the split. So it's like a 49-51%. So 3206 total in-state at 3104 out-of-state, which makes up the 6310 from the fall semester. And then for the enrollment forecast, which is something that we're all very interested in, and President Tucker asked me earlier about that 968 and those students that we're going to have for the fall semester. So our first time in college students, we're looking at a total of 968 for freshmen, and this freshman category is not new freshmen coming in. This is freshmen that did not obtain sophomore status continuing. So we're looking at a number of 225, sophomores 875, juniors 953, and then seniors 1177. If you note that that senior class is going to be a pretty large class because that's coming off of that that junior class and that that fall. Thank you, Sterling. It's coming off of that large class of 3,500 students that we had. So note that we started out with 3,500, and for the senior rate, we're like a third at 1177 here, okay? Moving down. So we're looking and expecting a fall enrollment of 5706. Now, the obvious question would be, now you have more students in your first time in college category, 968, yet your fall enrollment is taking a hit in terms of a decrease from 6310 to 5707. Now, this is built into our pro forma, and that's based upon persistence and retention. Now, note that that 3,500 class, remember we said we only have a third in our senior year, where in our other classes, the same thing is happening too. The students are moving from their categories, and that persistence and that retention really impacts the overall enrollment. So regardless of what we do on the front end, we bring them in the door, we can't quite replace those numbers that are going out the back door. And that's that persistence and retention piece there. And we scale up for the first time in college from 968, another 10% to 1065 to 1278, 1469, and 1616. Note that by the time we get to 2030, that we're turning a corner and we're leveling off at that 6,000 number, okay? So it's just gonna take us a couple years to get there, but it is built into our pro forma in terms of the enrollment decrease, okay? Before I leave the enrollment numbers, I want to ask if there's any questions. No questions on the enrollment numbers? Next is just an update on AOB. We know that we have the baddest band in the town, not just in town, in the country, really and truly. And our program has really been, it's been an awesome program, and we've had visibility not just locally, but also statewide and also national-wise. If you look at the events that we have attended, of course, we were selected as one of the 8 bands to represent the HBCU in the National Battle of the Bands. We ranked 4th on the annual ESPN Band of the Year. We participated in all our home games, including the Heritage Classic and John Merritt Classic. And we performed also on First Take. Other accomplishments include the Sophisticated Ladies performing at the Grizzlies piece, and then being featured at a brand spot for the Titans game, and the list goes on. And most recently, we also had an opportunity to perform at the Milwaukee Bucks HBCU night. Okay. All right. Future plans are we will continue the recruitment for a band director. Right now, we have the leadership of Dr. Derek Green, Mr. James Sexton, and also Larry Jenkins, and they're doing a co-role to make sure our band and our students are still being supported. They're actually traveling to Florida this week to do additional recruitment. Right now, as it relates to recruitment, we've spent a little over $200,000 to bring in additional new members to AOB. That represents over 30 students. Last year, we had about 240 students, 40 students in band. We're going to cap out this year to probably about a little over 200, 210, et cetera. Scholarship dollars as a whole, if you look at all of AOB and all the band members from last year, with 155 scholarships, we spent $2.3 million is our number, and that includes the $200,000 that we have included for recruitment for our new students, and that's our freshman students. Okay. I'm not really sure how many are actually aware, but we have a MD on campus, and that is Dr. Dorsha James, and she does an awesome job in our health clinic. We've had increased numbers in our health clinic with our students. We've had more than, last year we had like 1,500 visits, and now we're at over 2,100 visits. Even with timely care, students still want to see individuals, see their health provider in person. So they do everything from flu shots to strep throat, different tests, and a lot of STD tests as well. We do have a gynecologist that comes on campus a couple times during the month too to see students. Okay. We also do community outreach and community engagement to include an open house with the University Counseling Center. We monitor blood glucose levels, blood pressure, and we have an annual health fair with more than 22 vendors, flu vaccines, disease screenings, and STD and HIV testing and more in our health services area. Timely Care is a new vendor that we have on campus, and Timely Care is able to provide our students with 24/7 medical, not just medical now, but also students who have behavioral health or mental health emergencies. And so a student, just by downloading the app, can be in touch with a medical professional if they have think they have the flu or strep or something they can actually visually see. They go on camera to see the doctor, and that prescription is sent to the pharmacy. It's all done online. They don't have to do a physical in-place appointment. The same thing with behavioral health. They can do a talk now appointment with a counselor or therapist. We also have psychologists and access to psychiatrists. All this is free to our students, and it's virtual health. We are in the middle of a campaign to get our students signed up to make sure they utilize the services. Right now, we have 573 enrollment with an average of about 11% of our population being enrolled. If you look at the service areas, Talk Now, that's where students can actually talk to a counselor now. We have scheduled counseling, we have medical, et cetera, that they're actually visiting. So right now, 91 students have used the app and used the services, and our job is to continue to scale. We'll make sure that during orientation for this year that we push it out to parents as well, so that parents are aware that their students can get both behavioral health, mental health, and physical health just done on an app, as opposed to taking EMS or going to the emergency room or urgent care, and it's free to our students. And this talks a little bit about our counseling services, the fact that we see between 5 to 7 students, about 40 students a week, and about 5 to 7 new students as a part of the caseload for the counseling department. And they also do on-call emergencies as well. more information about our counseling services. They also provide urgent care and emergent situations in terms of coming on campus. We've had, this semester alone, we've had at least 5 situations that related to suicide, active ideations or active students actually trying. And so having the person on site is helpful for us in that situation, in those situations as well.
Quick question.
Questions?
When
Yes.
you say that the services are free for students,
Yes.
is that included in student fees or is just no charge at all for it?
It's no charge at all, thanks to our Title III program. So Title III actually is paying for that contract for us. And I think we have a 3-year contract, a little less than a 3-year contract with Title III. And so it is not included in our student fees. No.
And then Dr. James is overseeing the counseling center as well as the medical center.
Dorsey James,
Okay,
yes.
thank you. Any other questions? Committee members, other trustees?
So I saw in your report where you've listed all of the student organizations in the 30-something pages that we got. Was that on?
Yes.
You didn't have it?
Yes,
in
sure.
there. So, looking at the tragic event that occurred on another campus, what have we done to sort of get ahead of that or address that issue with some of our students who may be having some sort of reactive process with that? So have there been anything, have we done anything on campus to sort of address that issue that occurred at the other institution?
Absolutely. That's a great question. The question, just to give you a little context and background, I think you're referring to the hazing event with the student that actually passed away at Southern University, and it was from, the student was pledging, okay? As a proactive piece, not only, this actually happened prior to the hazing event, but we have a mandatory training for any individuals for our Divine Nine and for any individual that's thinking about. We have a hazing workshop and seminar that our students attend, okay? And so they have access to that piece. And that training happens not just once a semester, but it also happens, it happens every semester for our students, and it's mandatory.
Any other questions?
In the big report, the 30 pages, right? Absolutely, yeah.
Would y'all be able to hear me at all?
Yes, we can.
Hi, this is Tyler. My bad, y'all. I'm currently in and out of class. I'm a Harry, so I hope everything's going well. But did just want to pop on just to ask one question. I believe that's, I guess, like some students have had questions about in terms of like, especially like student affairs and like Office of Student Activities, especially. So as we mentioned, like campus organizations, one thing I've always been curious about is if there's anything within our tuition as an institution that is in regard to like campus activity fees or like student fees, especially for campus organizations, because what the Office of Student Activities has always kind of had questions about is, you know, are there fees that are associated with like student life that go into the Office of Student Activities that help benefit things like SGA or just programming on campus, things of that nature for campus organizations. I wasn't sure if you knew of anything that like is listed in our tuition for that, or if there's any like other institutions that do something like that that you could speak to, but I was mostly curious about that.
Okay, let me restate the question and make sure I have it right before I answer.
Absolutely.
Okay, Tyler. I think what you're asking is if there's any fees that directly support student activities in order to really enhance their budget. Is that what you're asking?
Yes, ma'am. And
Okay.
if so, how would that get distributed, I guess,
Sure.
as we move forward?
Yep, I can share a couple pieces with you. One is
Okay.
that all offices within the Division of Student Affairs, all units, the ones that I showed up earlier, provide their support provided through just the budgeting process, the E&G, the budgeting process. And so there is a nice budget for the Office of Student Affairs, okay? And some of that can come from fee money, or it's just, there's also a really big grant that we received that had several $1,000s that we used for fee money. And as a result of that, the breakdown for the budget, we divide that money up for different areas. And so Sub G may get some money. We know that that Mr. and Mrs. TSU have some money. We know that SGA have some money. And so we divide it up in that way. So there is a budget, but like with everything else, it's not endless. And so we have to manage to that budget. But there is a budget for the Office of Student Activities. And there's also a grant that we received where there is additional funding that we can do some programming with.
All right, thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Okay, I have a couple of questions. The first one is in regard to retention and what types of programs are you planning to implement to ensure that we can retain the students that are coming in?
That is an awesome segue to the next presentation from Academic and Student Affairs. And I'm sure Dr. Melton has a whole piece on retention. She shared during cabinet
Okay.
a whole retention and persistence plan. And so that's a great segue. So if we can hold tight with that, she's going to answer some questions regarding that, okay?
Thank you.
You said you had a couple questions, though. Yeah.
Sorry. Then I had another question aside from retention, but I've lost it in my mind, so I will come back to it when it comes back to me.
All right, sounds good.
So so my question is about recruitment. And I noticed in your report that that department is shipping items to alumni to assist, and completed a training on how to standardize alumni recruitment. But has a marketing plan been developed for recruitment? What is the plan? Is
Sure.
there a plan?
Absolutely. That's a very good question. We have SIG on campus, but we also have a full enrollment plan that includes some recruitment pieces that we need to roll out and share with you guys, but we have to solidify it. But it's 90% done, but there is a plan. But there's also, thanks to our president, President Tucker, he gave us 3 additional positions in recruitment. We had one individual that was working recruitment, Dr. Portia Johnson, and so we definitely needed to shore up that space. And so we're working to fill those other positions, because even with the best plan, it's our alum who's the hero and the savior of the day for us, because we only have one person that can be in one spot, one city, one town, one school at a time. And so that's one of our ways of planning the fact that we are short-staffed while we bring others up to speed. So we have one individual that's in the works that's transferred from another department, and another person that was a temporary staff member, since we got the approval of the 3 positions, that will possibly roll over to recruitment as well. And then we're looking for one other person that will do a special populations. There's a market that we haven't touched, that's kind of untouched for us in terms of recruiting, that we're looking at hiring a person for that market to do recruitment. So yes, there's a plan, but it hasn't been fully rolled out yet.
So what is the anticipated date for that rollout? And who would what class would that benefit, right? So when,
Sure. It takes 18 months to recruit a class, okay? So would not benefit. I mean, everything we do is going to help solidify our yield. Typically what you do is you go from the very top of the enrollment funnel. So right now at the very top of the funnel, we have more than 10,000 applicants, okay, to TSU. Of that 10,000, we have more than 6,800 that have been accepted, about 1,500 declined, and others that are in limbo, okay? Of that, we've accepted about 820 of those students, okay? And so there's a yield, and so we have to get more people at the top of the funnel. Recruitment does that. So recruitment's job is to fill our funnel at the very top, and then we convert down, okay? So it's not going to help us in an immense way in terms of our yield for the fall of 2025, but it will give us great benefits for fall 2026. But the one thing that is one that you can't really measure. It's about relationships. And one of the things that we've not done an excellent job with, and that is owning our own backyard right here in Nashville. We need to own our backyard, but we can't own our backyard if we don't have people that we can put out in the schools and in different places. And so that's going to help us in terms of building relationships. We need to have a face that our counselors can connect with, that our be able to make phone calls and campus tours. We need that, okay? And that's going to help us in that way to prepare us for success for the next year, the next year, the next year. So up to 2030.
So, when do you think the plan will be ready to present to us?
Our next board meeting is in June, and if you would like for us to, I can definitely have it ready to go for our next board meeting in June for a rollout for the full plan. But I'll do, I know the plan is, I think it's like 120 plus pages. And so what I'll do, like I did with this piece here, I'll do an executive summary and a snippet, a PowerPoint presentation with some highlights. If there's some questions you want me to answer in advance, I can make sure that's included in that. But I'll have a snippet of that presentation. I'll have a snippet of that plan, like a small version of it that I can present on for my update for the June meeting.
All right, let's see. I think that's all I had on recruitment.
So I remember my question, sorry.
Sure.
You noted that the increase of the physician visits was, I think it was almost 1,000 people.
It's like 1,500 to 2,100.
So I guess my question is, one, is there any particular area that has increased in terms of the service needs? And do you feel like you have, are you going to be able to continue to adequately meet the needs of the students due to the extreme level of the increase from 1 year versus the next year?
That's a really good question. And that was one of the advantages of timely care, because there are students that's coming in that have a cold and need something for a cold or for the flu or, even COVID. Timely care, they can do it right there on their app. And so one of the things that Dr. Dorsha James is doing right now is when students come into the clinic, they're being, as they're waiting to be seen, they're downloading the app and being explained, like, this is what you do, this is how you use the app. Not to say that you can't come here as well, but that's another resource for our students. And so that's going to help us in terms of offloading some of those visits. I suspect because Dr. James and her team are they're out there. When I say out there, they do a whole health fair. They're very welcoming, et cetera, that we'll continue to see utilization in that space. It's not going to go away, but I think it'll be more balanced once we get students to adopt the app. Right now, we only have 500 of our 5,000 students. That's like a 10-11% adoption rate. So we need to get that adoption rate up. Athletics has been dynamic with that. Many of those are student athletes. Coach Bell had her students do a mandatory training and then download the app. When students move into the residence halls, come August, for orientation, et cetera, we'll have them, it'll be a mandatory download. Quite a few of our students, and President Tucker can attest to this, they will call EMS at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning because they have a headache or a stomach ache. Somebody on our team, the student services team, go meet them at the hospital, and before I could get into the hospital lobby, they're coming out the door, catching the Uber to go back to their room. That was a $3,000 ride, and we have issues paying our tuition, so we need to make sure we use that app, and so education around that is important. Yeah.
You're speaking to the health insurance executive, so thanks for preaching to the choir.
You get it, don't you? Yeah.
Staying on timely care and the Title III funding, if something should happen to the funding, do we have a backup plan or contingency on how we would continue to support this program?
We do. The backup plan really and truly is what he said, and that's with student fees, is to be able to have a fee, a health and services fee in there. But we got a runway of at least 3 years before that happens, and so we can get some other things worked out. In our performance, we have some other dynamic things that's happening, like the lowering of the out-of-state tuition and some other things, kind of leveling that and level setting that. So we'll have an opportunity to work through that. So it's a model that is passed on to the students, but it's not passed on to the students in such a way that it's painful, right? It's spread out with the population. And by the way, this is for timely care services, both our undergraduate and our graduate students.
Is there anything available for faculty or staff?
Yes, our faculty and staff have EAP. It's automatic as part of the health plan. And it's the same service, the same type of service, it's just a different vendor. Yeah.
Anything else? All right, thank you, Dr. Goldman, for your
Thank you for your
report. We
time.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Next, I believe we'll call for our academic affairs report by Provost Melton and team. I think first is the update report for SAC-COC accreditation fifth year interim report.
Life is good, trustees, Chairman Norfleet. On behalf of the Office of Academic Affairs, we are prepared to share with you in the order that you see on the agenda, starting with SAC-COC. And I have asked permission if Dr. Charlize Anderson could come to the table to provide you up with an update. And as she's coming up, please know, trustee, I have the entire dean's cabinet here, as well as your assistant vice presidents ready to address any issues and concerns.
Thank you.
You so much, Dr.
Dr. Anderson.
And here,
Good afternoon.
yes. Oh, that one here. Let me switch with you.
Okay.
Oh.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to bring an update regarding our SAC-COC related matter, which is our fifth year interim report. Our institutional accreditor requires institutions to submit a fifth year interim report. It is due 4.5 years prior to our reaffirmation. So it's in between each of the decennial reports. The purpose of that is it allows our accreditor an opportunity to confirm that we are in continued compliance since we submitted our reaffirmation report. It also provides an opportunity for the institution to conduct a self-assessment, and therefore that's the place that we are at right now, our self-study process. There are 4 components to the fifth year interim report. One is the signatures attesting to the integrity of the report. That is going to be a simple form that will be signed by the president and CEO and the accreditation liaison that speaks to and attests to the honesty and openness of the report. The second component would be the institutional summary form. The institutional summary form is like a blueprint of the institution, and it speaks to and lists the degrees that we offer, our degrees awarded, program accreditors that are listed within the report, as well as we speak to the number of distance education programs that we have. Then the third component is the compliance certification itself. That is the narrative, and that is the documentation. The documentation is very important because that is the evidence to our demonstration of being in compliance with the standards and or the federal requirements. And then our last piece is the quality enhancement plan, impact report. That is where the institution has the opportunity to speak to, and we refer to our QEP here at TSU as cadence, and we report on the impact and the initiatives that were implemented to enhance student learning and student success. So where are we now? We are currently in our self-study process. I'm pleased to report that we are on target according to our established timeline. We just actually completed our second draft of the report. We received our feedback from our consultant. It was very positive. So now the SAC-COC Steering Committee will work on its third draft, and we will then have that in the June, July timeframe, and planning for a good final in the fall of 2025 with a final submission in March of 2026. That ends the report.
Thank you. The slides that were here, will those be provided? I don't know that we,
I can post them for us, yes.
so we'll get those posted. Any other questions, though? Anybody?
Well, I just want to say in summary, trustees, we are in good standing. We are accredited according to SAC-COC, and we are on, in fact, we are beyond schedule because our report due March 2026, and you see we are already at that point. So I'm pleased to share with you on the standing of Tennessee State University.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Anybody else? All right. Moving on through academic affairs.
Yes, I'm here to report on low-producing programs. And again, I want to give you some background information, procedures, and how we have arrived at this point. Again, low-producing program, according to THAC, Tennessee Higher Education Commission, the Office of Academic Affairs, in terms of a comprehensive review of our program. We looked at low-producing program over a 5-year span, and in some cases, we even backed that up to a 7-year. With that, I want to highlight where we are today. You are looking at, okay, you don't have? Yes, yeah, all of this.
Okay, if it's just your presentation slides,
No,
that
it's
it was in the materials. I'll check for it, but. I'll go ahead and find it and add it to the SharePoint.
Thank you.
So you may have to take.
Okay, no. Oh,
You might have to
Yeah,
walk through some of it more
I'm
in
gonna,
detail.
yes, yes, I'll walk through it one by one. Okay, again, and I apologize. These are your low-producing programs. We have a total of 17 that we identified. That means graduation rates under 10 over the 5-year span. And you will see the annual graduates, the recommendation, and the rationale. So I just want to be very clear. We identified 17, and at the end, you'll see the recommendation in terms of consolidation, inactive, and actual termination, which we consider sunsetting. So, yes.
This will help me with kind of understanding this information. Are we going to be asked to take action on this today?
No, not at this time. I'm bringing this forth to share with you where we are. At the June board meeting, it would have gone through all of the processes from the department, the college, academic affairs, and it will be an action item for the board. Okay. But we just wanted you to know where we are in this process. Okay, and then I'm going to just take my time and go through, and then again, I have the respective deans here for any additional information. So you will see engineering coming up, and you will see an 8.6. It's close enough to that 10, however, it's still low producing according to the Tennessee Higher Education Commission. And again, the rationale for continuing this program, it is a program with a high program enrollment. So we looked at how many majors do we have to date, and you will see 92 students enrolled in spring 2025. So even though it's low producing, when you look at the front end, we have over 92 students coming into the program. And I have met with the respective dean in terms of projective graduation. So we are recommending the continuation of that program. You'll now see art, the Bachelor's of Science. Again,
Can I stop you before you leave from architectural engineering? So just so I can get a better understanding, you highlight here that there were 92 students enrolled in spring 25 for all of the programs that you're going to be showing us, but particularly for the ones that have, you know, a lot of students that are enrolled in the program for spring 25. Do you have what the typical enrollment looks like let's say over the past 5 years for each one of these programs? Do you have that
I
data?
can get that information and data.
Thank you, because
Yes.
what I'm trying to understand is if there's 92 students that enrolled in spring 2025, and you're graduating less than 10, if on average you get 92 students and 80 students drop out, is it a program itself, or is it, like, what is the issue that is creating such a low graduation rate?
And yes, and if I may ask permission, I do have the Dean of Engineering here, if that's permissible.
That's fine with me, yes.
Anyone that could answer the question,
Yes,
I
Dean
want to see
Lee,
him.
if you would come up to the table, please.
And I think it's gonna wrap back around to the retention plan,
Yes,
finally, which you.
in which I do have a retention plan. I'll get to that for every college.
Thank you.
The reason is when we look back to 5 years, so this program has a low faculty number. So about like 7 years ago, the program only had 2 faculty. So that's caused a lot of the issue about that. Their program supposed to have 5 faculty position, but only 2 faculty was hired. So the formal administration, they are hiring the faculty. So that's one of the reasons caused the faculty's overload, and they cannot produce they bring a lot of adjunct to help. So that's one of the major issue about the low graduation for that program. But again, that program is only 2 program existing all HBCU. So North Carolina A&T has architecture engineer, we have architecture engineer. It's a very unique program, and every year we are tracking the student number, about 80 students. In the past 3 years, we did a lot of recruitment effort, so the number keep increasing. And now we have 5 faculty, all fill in the position. So we expect more people graduate. This semester, expect 16 people can graduate. So with that, so we will get out of this low producing program.
Thank you. That is fantastic. I will just tell you, I'm obsessed with architectural engineers. So for those that are out there, I am looking for you, and I am really, really grateful for you keeping this program because this sets us apart. I mean, TSU is synonymous with engineering, so thank you for all the work.
Thank you. Very good.
I think I have a question about that, just kind of from a mechanics standpoint. If there were only 2, how does the impact of not being fully staffed impact the students' maturation through the program? Is it? Yeah.
So for this program, there are the full amount of faculty is supposed to be 5 faculty. So this 5 faculty is each discipline. One is architect, one is supposed to be in HVAC system, one is structure system, one is construction management. But however, if only 2 faculty, so this 2 faculty has to cover other discipline. So sometimes they may not have knowledge to cover all the discipline, they have to bring the adjunct. But the adjunct is semester by semester, so the quality cannot guarantee. So that way the student really can hold back to learn their senior level class. So that's the reason we cause low producing.
And is that scheduling also to be able to schedule these courses?
Schedule is also the issue because we think about there are only 2 faculty. This program is 128 credit hour. So if the 2 faculty has to be full-time, so they have a lot of overload to teach in the class from the sophomore year, junior year, senior year. So the faculty is overload, yeah.
So we weren't offering all the courses, basically. Is that correct?
Right, on that, on the schedule for
And so
the
those students,
progression.
where were those students
Yes.
placed in? They
Right.
just were not registered, were not taking classes. What were the students doing at that point?
So the students basically is, they look the program if they say, oh, there are no enough faculty. So when they be junior year, they can still in the engineering discipline, they have mechanical engineering, civil engineering, electrical. They may change the major.
Yeah, yeah.
They changed to a different program.
Yeah, engineering program.
And so that is how it becomes a low-producing
Mhm,
program, because
Right.
Trustee Naismith.
And this may be a question for all of these at the end, but I'd like to hear more about like the overall strategic plan for some of these programs.
Yes.
So a great example is the architectural engineering, which sets us apart from all the other universities. Just like any other product or service, you have to market it and attract staff and students. Who's responsible for that? Was there a factor in that too in causing some of the low performing programs? And that's just overall.
Okay, and I can answer that because you're going to see the same for some of the others. When we looked at the low-producing programs, especially even the next one, when you look at art, and you have 57, almost 60 students, we now have to look at resources to see what we did not do in terms of marketing. And now, for every program for continuation, they must have a strategic plan. And that plan has to be built out over 5 years. So each of them will, the deans will have that ready.
Sorry, go ahead.
I just want to say, is that what, in some cases, was that a factor in some of these programs declining over that period of time, the lack of a strategic plan?
Okay, I can't answer that one because some go all, this is a 5-year review. And even though I take ownership for everything, I started in 2022. So I will have to ask and refer back to some of the deans.
And just to follow up on when you are thinking about your strategic plan, are the deans being asked to provide the cost for maintaining these programs?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
And again, working with A&M, we were able, when I get to the 3rd slide, you will see where we looked at every faculty member in terms of student credit production, college production, workload. So yes, that's all built in, and you'll hear that in the next couple of slides.
Thank you.
Anybody else? We can continue.
Well, that's okay, we have more to come. Let's look at, again, art, and you'll see again at 8.8, and a high-performing, over 60 students enrolled in spring 2025. Now you're going to see a 3rd one, dental hygiene, that we're recommending to sunset. So I need to explain to you what that means when we say sunset. And you see we still have one, I don't know how we get a 1.2. We have a person still in that program. We have to do a teach out all the way to the end, even if we have only one student. And I'm going to use Tuskegee as a teachable moment. They sunsetted one of their programs and worked with us to take some of those students to help teach out with them. When we have a teach out, again, even with one, it's low producing, low demand, and we have to cost that in. So whatever program that we're recommending, It might take 2, maybe 3 years to get those students out of the program, but that is one that we are recommending. And again, these are informational items. We will bring back to you action item. You now see early childhood education. Now, this one is tricky.
Can
Yes,
I ask you a quick?
I'm so sorry.
Maybe it will also help to define sunset. So when you say sunset, are we just going to completely no longer offer it? Or are we just sunsetting it so that we could potentially bring it back at a later
Okay,
date?
this is
So-
a termination. Okay, so sunset is a termination. You're going to see when I get to the next slide, inactive.
Okay.
Inactive means we stop accepting enrollment, we have a restructuring, and then we bring it back when we have enough resources, strategic plan, marketing, and that projection, and then we can bring it back active. And if we're sunsetting and terminating, they have to go through the entire process from beginning as a brand-new program, if we want to bring that back.
So can we just not use termination instead of sunset?
Well, we were using it, if I may confer, Dr. Anderson, we were using the terminology from our accrediting.
We're using the terminology of sunset to describe that it's in phases. We have to come before the board. We have to first notify SAC-CLC. They're going to approve the teach-out plan. That's a process, because then that goes to SACs, and it only goes to their executive council. The executive council meets every couple of months, so it's not an automatic thing. So we use the word sunset because of the phasing. And then, of course, THAC will have to be notified of the termination, and it will be the same teach-out plan. So you have the board, well, you have the internal approval through Curriculum, then you have the TSU Board of Trustees, then you have SAC-CLC and their process, and then you have THAC to terminate. So that's why we use the language of sunset, because it's in phases and it's a process. It's not just in today. It will end admitting the students, but the actual termination is going to be timely.
It is. The dental hygiene program, is this also what we offer an associate's degree?
Yes, we do. We're continuing that program.
So do people who are not getting the BS in dental hygiene, do they sometimes stop at the associate's level?
Yes, and I'm going to have from Health Sciences, Dean. Thank you, Dr. Canoe, if you would come up.
It's a yes or no.
And by the way, this is one of our one and only associate degree programs. So many of them, once they conclude the 2-year program, they move on.
So before he answers, before he answers, on your slide here, you have that you're going to have an cost equivalent of 1 faculty member. Is that faculty member, do they not teach for the associates program?
I will let the Dean answer that.
I'm sorry, I missed the question, I'm sorry. But
On here, we have that the phasing out is going to lead to the cost equivalent of 1 faculty member. If we're still keeping the associate program in dental hygiene, what happens to that faculty member? Why? Are they not teaching classes to support the associate's degree?
the person will still be teaching. We're having a lot of conversation right now because the person who was the chair for some unavoidable circumstances is stepping down. Still there doing a transition role. So there is a lot of conversation that is still going on, but the person will be teaching, in other words. Yeah.
So are we saving, or because we're not going to lose them, right? Are we saving or we're not saving is what the question is, I believe. Because we're still going to have the faculty members, so they'll still be a part of the cost of the program?
We've had that conversation, within the department, but I mean, eventually that's something we'll have to defer to the higher-ups, because if you're robbing Peter to pay Paul, we are not quite sure sometimes how that's all going to play out. So we've talked about that, but that's something that we'll send to academic affairs so that the numbers will be computed and then a decision be made.
Thank you.
And I guess the question that I have is not specific to him, but for Dr. Milton, the example that you gave us with the engineering program about not having enough faculty, I think one of the things to help us understand this is what are the factors that are impacting each program, right?
Okay.
Because if it's a similar issue as, the engineering program, I think that will help us because it's not really clear what's impacting each
Yes.
one as to why you want to sunset that program or continue this program or not.
Yes, and I can provide that information. I'll just add another column and send that forward, but yes. And then also, again, I have the deans, sorry about that, here to also add to this.
And I mean, I think that's helpful to have them come up. I don't know if it's let me say this. I don't know how helpful that is right now.
Okay, I
unless they are
understand.
prepared with the same information. Each of them are
Yeah.
to present it to us
Okay.
today. Was that part of your presentation, or was it just if we ask questions, they would be prepared to answer?
Right, if you had questions, and they're prepared because they have been part of this process and the justifications. So,
Okay.
Well, mine is kind of specific then to dental hygiene. How do we get here? I know going forward, anything that's continuing is gonna have a strategic plan, but what factors cause us to get to low enrollment and low demand? That part I don't understand. And I'm just going from my experience. We've always been known for dental hygiene. So what has happened in this case? Maybe that's something you can share.
And I have to say, the dean is not here, so he knows a lot more of the details than I do. But one thing that has been very clear as far as, my conversations with him is that there's just a very low demand for that particular program. The AS is very popular, and sometimes you see that in other programs. So if there's not enough demand for a program, there's very little that you can do. That's just a numbers game. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Dr. Miranda Sanford Terry. I'm in the Department of Public Health, Health Administration, and Information and Health Sciences. To answer your question about dental hygiene, from an industry standard, they only need the associate's degree. So they are usually in industry, and so they don't need to continue on for the bachelor's. The bachelor's is really looking for those who want to go on for promotion, and so those are things that we're having conversations with, but this just makes us more aligned in industry standards. So, okay.
And we have something, just to add to that, we have something very similar also with the nursing degree. The reason why the associate is struggling is because the industry now is rolling out. They are moving from the nursing associate degree to the BSN. So when you train the student, you have to send them to clinical sites. And many of those clinical sites are now saying, we don't need these people anymore because the industry is transitioning from associate degree in nursing to a BSN. So it's something very similar that we experience with dental hygiene.
Right. Thank you. We'll let you continue on through the slides so we can get through
Okay,
the information.
very
And then
good.
if we have questions, we'll come back.
okay, and then I'll go down. If you would look at early childhood education, everyone knows there is a need for teachers. However, with the teacher education program, you have various exams and testing. So we have students going into these programs, but when it's time for the national exam and they cannot pass it, then they transfer over to child development. So with that, We do have a strategic plan to help those students to pass those exams. We also have Dean Finch here if you have any question, but we're recommending a continuation. That low number is due to the testing component. You will also see English, bachelor's, 9.2, high enrollment. Again, they have a strategic plan. History, the BS, the BA, and I want to share, you see a 4.2. We are working directly with many of the public schools, Metro, Nashville, and all of our surrounding school districts. They need teachers. Again, to be a teacher, you have to pass those exams. So when you look at English, history, math, and especially when you get down to mathematics, again, it's low enrollment, but we have a plan, and that goes back to your question, trustee, what are we doing and how did we get there? And we do have a plan. I'll come forth at the end with that regarding these. The other one, the nursing, that's your BSN. And again, you see we have 118 students admitted to that program. The next program, professional studies. Trustees, that is a part of our collaborative Regents Online or Tennessee eCampus program. It is a collaborative where if we have 5 students from Tennessee State, 5 from APSU, 5 from MTSU, it makes up a class. So again, even though it's a low producing number in terms of TSU, that number is part of a collective to make a class. Our next slide is low producing in terms of our graduate program. You will see chemistry, 3.6, and Trustee Norfleet, this is where we ask for an inactive, and that's the recommendation, and they will come back with that plan to activate. You see computer and information systems engineer, close but just didn't make it. And again, they're going to merge it with their MS in engineering. So we're not getting rid of it. They are moving it under another master's in engineering. Elementary education, the same. It is to merge with the Masters of Education and Curriculum and Studies. And then you have your professional counseling program. And Dean Finch, forgive me, you had a statement where you are recommending thank you. You are recommending that this program is also combined under their psychology, Masters of Psychology, and you have your instructional leadership. This is your education specialist. We're asking for that sunset with a teach out. And last but not least, your public policy PhD, part of our graduate program, Cardney, and we're asking for continuation, and you'll see we have a number in that program. So I'm going to stop here in case you have any questions. Again, I have the noted deans here. We have gone through the process of meeting with the faculty, having curriculum meetings, meeting with the faculty senate, looking at all of our stakeholders. And again, this is information item. We're not asking for any action at this time. And then when we do come back, we will have that requested information regarding how did we get to this point and the cause.
No, I was just, any questions from anybody first? Go ahead.
Add just one more thing in the list of when you come back to us, when we get ready to take action. And hopefully we'll be able to take some time, as you can see with the number of questions that you're probably going to get some more. So that's for everybody in the audience. You'll be expecting more. But I guess the one thing that I want to see, again, going back to retention, how many of these students, when they get started in these programs, actually get the certification? Because you can't, no matter if you're saying to continue the program, then whether the enrollment is high is, I don't, quite frankly, I don't care. What I want to see is that they get to a point where they are graduating with a certificate.
I was just going to make a suggestion. When we look at the inactivate programs, such as like chemistry, but we're looking to restructure, just as the professor spoke about the job demand with the dental hygienist program, we need to see that job demand for the role of chemistry. We don't just want to open back up a program if it's not a need for the career field, because we know that people are going to enroll into degrees where they can get jobs. We don't want to waste the time of that. Yes, sir.
Yeah, and also, I mean, I'm thinking about this in simplistic terms as I do a lot of things. It seems like there may be a lack of strategy of understanding where the job demand is versus the programs that we're offering. And in addition to that, when I'm hearing that there's been a transition away from needing an associate's to a bachelor in nursing or in dentistry, did we not see these trends coming? We're just enrolling people but not seeing the trends coming, and I can't understand that. I mean, part of this is an institution to educate people, but also it's a business to educate people in fields that are needed by our community.
Yes.
So if we're not paying attention to these trends, what are we doing?
Okay, and I'm going to answer that from my own area of education. We know there's not only a local need, state need, but a national need for teachers. However, to reach that licensure point, there are gateways. And as you see back with the early childhood program, we are connected and aligned to the industry need. But to get them through those gateways of exams and all the way to graduation is where we need our resources. And you'll see that in the retention, progression, and graduation plan.
And I understand that for early childhood education, but for all the programs, I mean, there needs to be a balanced approach and a strategy to all the programs versus just the one you referenced. And it seems to be if we're cherry picking, 3 programs that we heard about, 2 out of those 3, there doesn't appear to be any strategy of how the market is moving versus what we're offering.
Yes, and we will provide that.
Just one more comment too on because a lot of times in these meetings we hear we will provide that, but then there's so many things on the list.
No, we will provide that.
But I want to make sure that we have a list of what's going to be provided, because every committee meeting we have, it's, well, we don't have that, we're having conversations, we will provide that. We get to the next meeting, we get off on another subject, we lose track of we will provide that, or there were conversations being had. What were the result of those conversations? What's the actual tangible we can take with us on the we will provide that?
And Trustee Tropper, I am taking notes right now on action items for our group, which I will then be taking to our cabinet meeting to make sure that we're following up on those.
And I think for these slides to be produced, there was some work done, right? Reports done. So if that can be put into a format that can be sent to us, because the work has been done. As we sit here today, the work is done. So it really shouldn't take long to get that to us. We don't have to wait for the next meeting, a week out from the next meeting. It's done today. So produce it in a format that can be transmitted to us within the next week or 2.
You got all that?
Noted.
Okay.
Well, this is adding on to Trustee Trawler's, not necessarily on low producing programs, but have we looked at the programs? We may have high enrollment, but we're graduating students where there is no job in the job market. So there has to be a balanced approach of not just the low producing programs that we want to sunset or terminate, but we also have to look at the programs that are not low producing or high producing, and if we're not graduating students that are ready for the job market or workforce, we need to look at that too.
Yes.
So can we get a list of our higher producing programs and linking them to the job market?
Yes.
Right. And just one last thing I would like to add. I know the certificate work may not be something that THAC causes us to review, but can we just go ahead and do the same reports for any certificates that are offered at the institution as well?
Yes.
Thank you. And you can move forward.
Okay. This is an update on retention and progression. The last time we met, you had a draft in front of you. I'm here to present to you an updated version of our retention, progression, and graduation plan. What you're going to find in this item, and this was also presented for board material.
If it was in the presentation, then it was just uploaded.
No. Okay. So, okay, yes. But just to let you know, we did, in terms of academic affairs at the last meeting, share with you our strategic plan. We have it forth, and not only a strategic plan for academic affairs, but every dean submitted and included a strategic plan for retention, progression, and graduation rate. So again, our overall graduation rate, you'll see from the chart, dipped down in 2022-ish, 23. And I'm here to share with you, last spring, 2024, for first-time freshmen returning in terms of retention, we had 51%. I am so pleased to share with you all at this point, for spring 2025, with our new model that I shared with you all at our last meeting back in November, with our new advising, and with all of our faculty and staff, we were able in a long time to bring our freshmen back at a 79%.
That's fantastic.
Again, we are addressing our progression rates as well as, again, our strategic plan. And let me just remind you of some of the highlights. Prior to this plan, we would just have a one-year advising of our freshmen. Now we have a 2+2 model. Our freshmen and sophomore stays with us, and then we hand them off to their majors. And when we hand them off, our faculty members in those majors have a touch point even when they enter as freshmen. So we have found a correlation. The more they have contact with their majors, the more they stay. And that is one of the reasons why we're looking at our strategic plan. Trustees, please know our plan includes a 5% increase each year for the next 3 years, so that we are aligned with our other universities across Tennessee. So with that, our strategic plan for student success include targeted admission. And Dr. Goldman shared with you the regrouping and reorganization of our admission. It also indicates our student support services and our advising. Every student must have an advisor, a degree works, and a program of study. And from that, our student engagement, but that last one is one that we are all devoted to, and that's teaching excellence. So let me share with you what we are doing. We have identified all classes, low-performing classes, with 50% or more dropout rate, failure rate. And we are looking at that course in terms of, are the students prepared? What about the instructors? What about resources? And we're finding most of those courses are in our gen ed. And so, if you put it together, if you're not passing in your general ed, you can't make it to your majors. So with that, we have identified those courses. We have a task force that we are looking at those variables where those classes need to be revamped.
What are your gen ed courses?
It's your general
What
education.
are the general education courses?
Okay, and it's a whole list of them, but it's your English, your math, your history, your sociology, biology. Where's my faculty? Hey, there you go. Come on, Dr. Young-Ziegler.
So the gen ed courses are broken down into categories. You have a list of courses that qualify as humanities, that qualify as history, that qualify as natural sciences, that qualify as social science, and that qualify as, there's one more that I'm missing.
Communication.
Yes,
Mhm.
English, communication, and math. So those are so there's a list of courses that we offer here at the university that have been identified to fit into those specific categories.
And you take those within your first 2 years. It will make or break you.
I have a brief question, Dr. Melton. So, at least in regard to these general education courses, for students that may have like tested out of them or some community college classes, do we have any data? If not, it's fine. I'm just curious. Do we have any data on how those students fare, at least within their majors, especially if they're maybe advancing a whole year or maybe even 2 years, like if they came in with an associate's? Because if you're mentioning that it's clear that the signs of, I guess, students not doing so well, they're more so clear in that first year, year and a half. Do we have any data on those that don't really have that same amount of time to kind of get that figured out?
I'm sure we have that data, and we will bring it back.
All right, thank you.
I have a follow-up question to Tyler's question, and that's in regards to, you have a lot of students that take AP courses, so by the time they get to school, they may technically be qualified as a, almost, you know, they could be a
Yeah.
sophomore, right? How does that work, and how do we receive those credits from those students when they come to TSU?
If I may, Chairman, I will ask VP Goldman to come up in terms of admissions and okay.
When she comes back.
I'm sure if she's out in the hall or.
And just a quick clarifying question. To Tyler's point, I don't know that you test out of gen ed, though, if you transfer from a 2-year institution. You don't test out. You earn the credit already.
Right,
Is that correct?
right.
So
Okay,
they
good.
transfer. So there's a difference on transfer and test out, though.
Yes.
Right. So my bad. Yeah. I'm as a high school student, I tested out of AP courses, so I guess that's why my language was different. But yeah, thank you for that.
Okay. Yes, there was about.
I had a question about when we are so if a student, let's say they've taken 9 hours worth of AP courses in high school, how does that count towards their general, because we were having a conversation about general education classes, and my question was, how does that count towards their matriculation once they come to TSU, and how many of the students that we have in the new class that you're already looking at for 2025, do you have any insight as to the number of those students that are already with, you know, certain numbers of AP courses?
Sure. You have two things going on here. You have IB courses, you have AP courses. Students can get and earn high school credit in that way, but they also have to take the AP exam and pass with a certain score, right? What I can do is I have our data analytics guy, our CRM person in the audience. We're going to run that information and give it to you before you leave, because we're not going to be on that list of getting you information. And so I'll have him run the numbers for those students to see if we can take a look at those transcripts and get that right back to you, okay?
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Yep.
Okay.
You can keep going.
Oh, thank you.
No, you're good.
And to wrap up, Just wanted to give you an update on our summer semester. Yes, we are offering our May semester and our summer semester online and on ground. There were many rumors that we were not going to offer these semesters, but we are, so I would like the audience to know that. But here are some of the ground rules. Number one, you cannot have a prior balance. Number two, we usually would offer scholarships during May semesters. Unfortunately, we're not able to do that this year. So again, ladies and gentlemen, trustees, we are offering our summer courses. We are looking at minimum numbers. Again, we can't afford to operate courses with only 2 and 3 students. We know there are special circumstances, special camps, cohorts. We have worked all of that in, but just wanted to give you an update regarding summer.
So, go ahead. Just on the May semester courses, will you have just specific courses that you know that you're going to have the demand
Yes.
for? Or how did you make the determination as to what classes qualify under this May semester?
Yes, usually, not usually, we work with the departments, and we also look at those, here we go, those general ed courses that students need to progress to the next level. So I can share with you from last year, we usually offer your math, your STEM, your biology, your English to help those students to progress on to the next level. In terms of graduate courses, we have a cohort and a schedule.
Okay, thank you.
And with that, we have our academic affair report, we have our college updates, and this is a change that we would like to bring forward to the trustees. We are going back to Friday classes. Again, we have met with all of the stakeholders, and you can imagine the debates. But what we're finding right now with our 4 days classes, we looked at student engagement, we looked at retention, we did intensive study of how did we get to 4 versus 5 and going back, and the recommendation is to return to Friday classes fall 2025.
So when the switch to Friday classes came back in 2015, so it's been about 10 years ago? To non-Friday classes, to the 4-day schedule. There were, specific reasons that you all switched.
Yes.
Do you have the data that shows improvement or no impact? That would be helpful. I mean, I know
Yes.
we're going back now, but it
Yes.
would be really helpful to see what did we say we were going to be doing and why were we doing it? And I remember part of it was to support some of the research activities and helping us move along the Carnegie scale.
Right.
But did that impact? And so we're going back to Friday classes. How are we also going to ensure that the productivity, the research productivity, faculty productivity is still at that level?
Yes, and along with that, student engagement, we have a full report of the pros and the cons, but basically, I'm going back to Friday was number one, students first. And they looked at the fact that many of our students on Thursday would leave and wouldn't come back on Monday. It was the purpose of not having classes on Friday is for a student community, community of learning, engagement, on and on. That really didn't happen. So again, I will come back with the full report in the portal. Okay? Yes, we do. Yes, it's already done.
So provided before the next
Yes.
meeting, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And we can have that by tomorrow.
Perfect.
Yes. In the portal. In the portal.
I'm sorry, I'm probably the only one that's ignorant to what like, how do we get to know Friday classes? This is new to me, so I didn't know. I know my niece doesn't go to school on Friday, but she does that purposefully. When I was in school 25 years ago, I didn't go to classes on Friday, but I made my schedule that way, but, you
Yes.
know, I
Chairman,
don't
may
know.
I have Assistant Vice President Eric Smeller, please?
Thank you. And before you provide the history, if you know whether or not any of the other LGIs are participating in anything similar, that would be helpful too. Thank you.
Yes, so we did the research. Obviously, a lot of us were here when that switched. It was, as Dr. Qualls pointed out, for research, but student retention. And Dr. Anderson and her area ran the numbers. It was flat, and in fact, a slight dip after we went to 4. So that was the main reason. We looked at other LGIs. Almost all of them have 5-day schedules, and with a mix, so Friday morning, shifting to Friday afternoon, longer blocks. And we're hoping to use those for retention for 7-week courses on Friday afternoons.
You mean you're going to start a class on Friday afternoon in Nashville traffic?
So we've actually been doing that with some success for some of those students that were failing, and they're already here and taking a longer course online, sometimes hybrid, so a variety of opportunities.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for that history.
And with that, Chairman Norfleet, you had asked for an update from,
different departments. but
yes, and they have a 5-minute presentation.
Can they cut it to 2?
Yes, and we'll cut
Maybe
it to
2
2.
and a half, 'cause we
All
have a
right,
little bit
and
more
I
to go.
will ask, first up, the College of Health Science, please. And the presentation are in the, are in the portal. Yes, yes, no, you go ahead. Oh, so sorry. Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much for the opportunity again. What you see there are is the argument that we normally make for all the programs in the College of Health Sciences. Now you can see among the very, very high demand programs, any one of them, according to, you can see the source down there, all of the programs that we have in the College of Health Sciences is a very popular program in terms of employment opportunity. So you can see the nurse practitioner program, everything that is listed there, according to the US News report, shows that our programs are very highly ranked when it comes to employment opportunity. The next slide gives you the programs that we have. Originally, we thought we were going to talk only about the public health programs. So that's why you see that's what we have within the College of the Department of Public Health. We have a Bachelor of Science degree. We have the graduate certificate, which is a segue program into the MPH program. And then there is the Master of Public Health. We now have a both online and an on-ground version, as well as the PhD program, which is scheduled to begin in the fall. Next. And right now, we just wanted to share with you the numbers as they roll in right now. So the distinction there, you see completed versus received. So by completed, we mean those applications that have been sent to the graduate school through the portal that we call GradCast. So if they've just completed, if they've been completed, then that's the indication there. If they've just been received and they are not completed yet, so that's what it means. So if they are received by the department after they've been completed through GradCast and the graduate school is satisfied with them, then we check them as received. Otherwise, they are only completed. The final slide.
Sorry, the number that we see here, can you go back just for a second?
Please.
The number that we see here says completed and received. Those are two of the same. They're the same applications.
No. So if it is completed, it means the graduate school has received the numbers, the applications, and they are complete.
Yes.
So they are ready to push them to us. Once they push them to our department, that's when we check them as received.
Okay. So what's going on with the 21 that are in progress?
That means that they still have some outstanding documentation to supply.
So how do you handle those 21? What do you do to ensure that those 21 transition to completed and then received?
Normally we follow up, and I have the director here, so the students are reached out once you initiate an application and we find that there are some things that are still outstanding, let's say recommendation letters or transcript, then the student is reached through email or telephone call to say, please speed up your process so that your application can be checked as complete and then be sent to the admissions committee to review. Oh, and the final slide there talks about just where we go from here. Our programs are very impactful in the community. And what you see there is a number of grants, when you talk about grant activities, that we actually have the listing. We can provide that. Like the provost like to say, we have those numbers here, but we are one of the most, well, the highest producing when it comes to grant generation. That's because our program is very different. All the other graduate programs within the College of Health Sciences are clinical programs. So a lot of times they are practice-oriented, whereas the public health program, which is going to be, when we get the PhD, of course, is the one that you have a lot of faculty who are trained to write grants and things like that. So we have that. And we are also very active in the community, from anything from community service, going to conferences, the Tennessee Public Health Association, and some of the other health promotion activities. We have a faculty, for example, in the Department of Occupational Therapy, who has one of the most notable programs here. It's called the Nashville Collaborative that helps to promote health in the community. The dean wants to talk about, or has the dream of establishing our department or promoting our department someday to become a school of public health. But of course, that means we have to have all the 5 concentration areas at the master's level. And if I may just steal this one moment, Madam Chair, to the question that one of the trustees asked earlier about the dental hygiene. This happened long before I came to the position. Part of the problem that happened was that some of the students actually struggled passing the boards. And so it cost us some time that if you don't pass the boards, we are not able to get the numbers that we wish we could have. The second thing that happened was that the program was changed from an on-ground delivery to an online delivery. So that transition took some time. So we missed out for a few years. But all of these things, of course, happened before I came. But I had the opportunity to talk to the dean during the break.
Thank you.
Next board member.
Yes. College of Public Service, please.
Well, thank you, trustees. Thank you, President Tucker. Thank you, Provost Melton. My name is Rodney Stanley. I'm the interim dean of the College of Public Service. We wanted to take the time today to talk a little bit about our FBI Collegiate Academy. But before we get there, our college is a little bit different than most of the college here at Tennessee State. For one, all of our programs are completely online. So that means all 10 of our programs are delivered online except for a couple courses in our undergraduate BSW program. And second, we offer 10 degree programs in the college, but all 8 of those are graduate. So we're mostly a graduate college. But this program is for our undergraduate and our graduates. And I want to turn it over to Dr. Triplett, who will talk about this. She's our faculty lead on it.
And then, as you see in front of you, you can see our different undergraduate programs and also our graduate programs as well. Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Kimberly Triplett. I'm a professor in Urban Studies program within the College of Public Service. I'm really excited about the FBI Collegiate Academy. And as you see in front of you, this came out of our Job Talk opportunity for students that I created back in 2015. It was a great way for students to have more of an informal opportunity with agencies, particularly public service agencies. They can ask questions about career readiness and job skills that you would think that the agency would not offer to social science degrees. So the FBI reached out to us to create a first-time FBI Collegiate Academy in the state of Tennessee, and then also the first to be a HBCU to do this Collegiate Academy. The next slide. We had our graduating class in 2022, around 20 students. Next slide.
And then the next class in 2024, we had over 30 students. And we did speak to the FBI agency here, the FBI Nashville branch, that they mentioned that there are students that did apply for jobs, and it's great, but because of confidentiality, they can't tell us the process and the outcome. But students are really engaged, and not just in the College of Public Service. We had disciplines throughout the university. And so we do this on a every 2 years opportunity. But as we do, as our motto in our colleges, we educate leaders and scholars who serve, and going back to create job opportunities for our students. And this came out, and this collaboration is really great. Of course, they have collaborated with other universities, but we were the first university in the state of Tennessee and the first HBCU to do this FBI Collegiate Academy. So the interest is there, and we always like to have opportunities. They get to meet with field agents, as you see in this picture. They get to understand that not only is it criminal justice, but it's also other social science majors that can have careers in the FBI. So thank you.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
And now the College of Business, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Mohamed Mia, and I'm serving as the interim dean for the College of Business. And to give an overview of College of Business, as you know, that TSU College of Business is the first business school in Nashville to earn ASCSB dual accreditation. And ASCSB accreditation is the highest level accreditation any business school can have. And only top 6% of the school worldwide, business school, have this accreditation. And we are proud of that. Can you go to the next slide? Okay, and no, previous slide, Dr. Milton. Yeah, so these are the programs of the Barbie. We have undergraduate programs. We have 4 departments: accounting, business administration have 6 concentrations, business information has systems have 3 concentrations, and economics and finance. And we have 2 graduate programs, 1 MBA program. We have 3 different formats. We have a traditional format. We have an accelerated online program, 12 months program, and we also have executive MBA for professionals and higher level administrator. And this semester, spring 2025, we start a new graduate program, Master of Science in Business Data Analytics. The new cohort started this semester. That was also a great achievement for us. And in part of the reorganization plan directed by Academic Affairs Provost Melton, that I have proposed a new plan for reorganization, that we are reducing the size of the departments from 4 to 3 to better align and better balancing the number of students, faculty among the college. And that will actually reduce 1 department chair position and 1 administrative position to reduce the cost as well. Next slide. And these are some of the, yeah.
That's the most obvious question here is which department?
Oh, that go back to that. Okay, so the accounting and economics and finance, they will be merged together. And the new name will be accounting, economics, and finance. And business administration have about 70% students, so we're moving 2 concentrations to other department, information systems. The new name would be information systems and management. And hopefully you will see this, because I've already proposed the plan is under the process. And maybe in your June meeting, you might be able to see the whole proposal for the action item for approval. Any more question on this?
Yes, I have a question.
Sure.
Maybe just because I'm an accountant. But is this on trend with what other universities are doing with their accounting and finance and economics?
There are a lot of universities have accounting, economics, finance together as well, yeah.
Okay.
There are different variation. I mean, everyone has. It depends on the size of the school. So based on the number of students we have, I think this will be the better for better alignment and better management, more effective way. And these are some major recent activities and accomplishments as I can highlight here. Every year, College of Business, we provide tax services, free tax services to low to moderate income community people through IRS and United Way. And as you can see the data, in 2024, we served 256 returns. And this year is already continuing, and it will continue until end of the tax season. And these are basically, we have accounting faculty who are CPAs, and we have senior level students who train, the faculty train them, and the students actually serve, prepare this for the tax return, and faculty monitor and supervise them. So this is one of our signature program in College of Business. Another program is financial literacy program that we also offer every year, every semester. As you can see, about 100, last event we have about 100 students participated and certified for the program. College of Business also own an academic journal of development areas. And this is a very high quality journal listed on Cabals. And also we publish 4 issues per year. And our students also participate in TVA challenge to maintain portfolio. And you can see the data. Then we also provide industry certification for students to make them ready for the job. So recently, last semester, we offered 3 different certification programs: Microsoft Power BI Analytics, CompTIA Security Plus, and FinOps. And we also always seek for external grants and scholarships, as you can see some of them here. For the time, I'm not going in detail. And also, we also review our curriculum, and we also engage our industry boards to introduce new classes like blockchain, fintech, artificial intelligence, so on. And we always engage with the students, with the industry people, like a lot of campus visits. Our students also go outside, and we also bring guest speakers in our classroom. So a lot of activities, you can see, meet the firms, career fair, all the things, different ways we introduce our students to the industry people. The college has different departments or area-wise advisory board, like accounting, BIS, supply chain, economics and finance, and hospitality. And they are very engaging. And also college used to have 2 boards in the college level. It's called College of Business Advisory Board and Alumni Board. But after COVID hit and due to a couple of time transition, those are not active anymore. I started working on to rebuild them. And my plan is that early fall, we'll have an active 2 different new boards for the college level, advisory board and alumni board. And I'm also happy to share with you that the College of Business does not have any program under low producing list. So we produce more than required. And I want to thank you for the College of Business faculty, staff, students, the trustees, and President Tucker to step in and providing your service to help us. And we became very helpful. That something good will happen and we'll move forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, continue on, please.
And this is our last item, trustee, and this is the approval of artificial intelligence. And I'm going to have Attorney Brown. I want to just start out on behalf of the Tennessee State University. I want you to know that we are one of the premier universities across this globe with a research center in artificial intelligence. We also have our computer science with Ali Segman, with what we call the hard part of artificial intelligence. But ladies and gentlemen, it is Tennessee State that has in service over 28 countries. They come to us regarding applied artificial intelligence, AI, for the improvement, the enhancement, the innovation for teaching, learning, research, and workforce preparedness. So with that, we are asking, we have an action item in terms of a policy that involves faculty, staff, students. Attorney Brown.
Thank you, Dr. Melton. So Public Chapter 550 passed into law last year, and that new law requires universities to adopt a policy regarding the use of AI by students, teachers, and staff for instructional and assignment purposes. It has to be implemented by no later than July 1st of 2025. So our obligation is to adopt a policy, to post it to our website, and then we have to submit it to the chair of the Education Committee of the Senate and to the chair of the Education Administration Committee of the House of Representatives, and that has to be done by July 1st. So Academic Affairs, in coordination with IT and myself, have worked on this policy, and that's what you have in your board materials for today, and which we are asking for your approval on.
And I will also add that I serve on the SREB, Southern Region Education Award AI Commission. and we are in alignment with the Tennessee Higher Ed Commission, THAC. We also make recommendations from the State Department of Tennessee on SCORE and AI policy. And again, we have shared this policy with all of our faculty, our staff, and our students and our stakeholders. So I go forth with the action items on AI.
Can we have a discussion, though?
Oh, please.
Absolutely,
I just
yes.
want to make sure. Well, one thing first, you said you've already shared this with the faculty, staff,
Oh, definitely.
and students? Okay.
Yes.
But it's not an action, though, but they just,
No,
you shared it as in
no,
they have
shared
your
and
feedback?
with discussion
Okay,
and
all right.
feedback
Okay.
several times. So it's not new. We have a committee. We also have 52 AI faculty fellows that also are part of this. So again, with our AI Research for All Research Center here at Tennessee State, this has been an ongoing discussion and process for the last 2 years.
And in doing our due diligence, I noticed that the public chapter suggests or recommends that we talk to other institutions as well. Did TSU talk to other institutions?
better
And if so,
believe
which
it.
ones did we
All
discuss?
of your LGIs. In fact, we have presented at the THAC meetings. We have presented with our other universities, both private and public here in Tennessee, as well as all of our HBCUs, because we serve as the hub.
And then under the scope piece that talks about contractors and affiliates. So how do we define contractors and affiliates for this particular piece? Because the policy was written for instruction and assignments. And so what do we mean by contractors and affiliates?
It was, and so our policy is a little bit broader, you're correct. And one of the things that, to, I guess, get directly to your point, it's going to be in contracts that we have with contractors and affiliates. So that's where we're going to have that language at that says that they're going to agree to adhere to our AI policy. But one of the things we wanted to make sure is that our staff was really clear, and it's not just limited to our academic affairs staff, it's to all staff. It would include my office, for example. We've contemplated using technology that would incorporate AI, but we want to make sure that that goes through a vetting process with our IT department to make sure that we're not sharing information out there that could have, privileged information that would be a violation of FERPA, HIPAA, things of that nature. So we wanted to make sure if we were going to put a policy in place that it was comprehensive.
Well, I understand that. I guess because this particular piece talks about instruction and assignment, should there be a separate policy for staff such as your office or whoever else office is involved?
I mean, I don't think that that's something that we can't do in the future. I think that one thing we're going to have to do with this policy is be dynamic. I mean, we're just now getting into this world of AI, and I think it's going to change repeatedly. One of the things I wanted to bring to your attention is that we have here that we're going to issue guidelines. So guidelines for appropriate AI use. That's the type of thing that I think is going to be a work in progress. And as the technology continues to change and we see how it's utilized, I think we're going to have to, be reactive and be a little bit more flexible. So I think we drafted this with an idea that we don't exactly know how it's going to be used today, but this is a first step. And I have no doubt that we're going to have to come back and revise this policy and continue to make additional changes to it. As a matter of fact, it says in here that we're going to continue to update this policy.
Anybody else have questions? Because I have a few more. But go
Well,
ahead.
you pointed to the guidelines for appropriate AI use. Are those drafted? Will those go with this? We kind of talked about policies before, so is all that going to be implemented at once, the resources and all of that?
Well, we've worked with Dr. Melton before on drafting some guidelines, so those aren't finalized yet. I would say we still have work to do in that regard, but we've talked, for example, about recommendations to faculty and how to communicate the use of AI to students so that they're very clear on what they can and cannot do with AI in any particular course, because as you can imagine, in some instances, you would want students to be able to use that new technology and you'd want to train them on how to use that. But in other regards, it would be strictly prohibited. So I think that that's going to come into the guideline development. It's going to come into training. And again, I think it's going to be an evolving process.
Did you have something?
Yep. All right. Does the university, I guess for staff and faculty, is there a particular AI system that's in use, or is it just that you just use whatever?
Oh, no. Here we go. All right, so as part of our research center on AI, we look at tools before we recommend. In other words, most people know ChatGPT 3.5 free. That is not an appropriate tool for teaching and learning. But when you look at other systems like Copilot, SynStep, some AI tools that people are unfamiliar with, we have a mechanism where we pilot, we test it out, we look at outcomes, and then we provide in-service. And as you know, there's so many AI tools coming. Name a profession and I can give you an AI tool. That's how fast this is evolving. But I am just so pleased to share with you, at Tennessee State, we have a process, and we have such companies as Apple Intelligence coming in, the Hewlett Foundation. They come to us so that we know what tools are legal, appropriate, and those that we would say, oh my,
Trustee Naismith.
Is there required training that goes along with the
Yes, a
policy?
hot
So
dog, yes.
specifically where we're saying how something should be done. So if staff
Yes.
is required to verify the accuracy of the content produced, does staff know what that really means?
Yes, so here at Tennessee State, we have a process. If you would like to use Copilot, which, by the way, requires a license, in order to get that license, you must go through training. We offer training every semester for credit, for non-credit, for the community. So there's certain tools in order to get your hands on, you must go through training. And if we find out that you're using a particular tool that we know really does not give you what we call accuracy, we then meet with you and share with you the appropriate tool. But here at Tennessee State, we offer license to those who go through training. And I just want to say this on behalf of everyone. Every semester we offer this course, graduate and undergraduate, we have over 100 participants.
Who is looking at the violators of the policy? Who is going to be the enforcers of the policy and looking to see when people are violating the policy? Because people are not going to self-report that they're violating the policy. So who's going to be the checker to ensure that people are not violating the policy?
Okay, just like with our technology standards now, we have, and I'm looking straight at you, we have our deans, our department heads, our faculty, and again, with any type of technology tools, it's so easy to misuse them. So in terms of reporting, who will report, we would hope we would follow the same procedures as if someone is using a piece of technology and it's not appropriate. When it comes up to the Office of Academic Affairs, that's the office that would be overseeing.
Along those lines, though, is there a policy against academic misconduct anywhere?
Well, that's part of student affairs, and that's part of...
Well, I asked that question because in disciplinary actions, would we just not refer to the policy right there, especially if it's...
Well, it says right here that any misuse will be, by a student, will be regarded as a violation of the University Code of Student Conduct and will be treated as academic misconduct. And we are in the process of updating our Student Code of Conduct.
What section are you in right now? Maybe I'm...
This is in section 4. It's right above the 5 Roman numeral.
Okay, and then when you come back down to compliance and enforcement with disciplinary action again, is there a need to repeat right there? I'm only asking these questions because I think that when we create a policy, we need to be sharp with what we're creating before we implement something, and then we have to go back and backtrack, or we have a bunch of issues that arise. And so I don't feel strong about the policy the way it's written now. And so I'm just wanting us to make sure we tighten everything up so that we don't run into a lot of loopholes. The training pieces, do people really know about the trainings? Where are we going to list that information? Where are we going to define these other terms for people as well? If it's not written, the policy is the law, then people are going to walk all over it.
Yes, I mean, we're happy to take suggestions, and if we're not prepared to approve today, I can recommend that we bring it back again to the board another day. I mean, that's an opportunity. We still have plenty of time before we have to have this enacted.
I would actually, my recommendation would be that we do not approve today and then we come back to have another discussion. I think we need additional time to read through it. We need to kind of compare and have conversation, and I don't feel strong and conscious of sending it up for submission of approval.
Understood.
From this
And I would further suggest that maybe we have a meeting so we can further discuss maybe some of the concerns that you have with it. And we'd be happy to take that feedback into consideration and tighten it up so that you guys are fully confident in whatever we are enacting.
And the only last thing that I want to bring up is the investment in the research of innovation in this AI center. I just want to ensure that I understand we're grant funded right now. Is there any other funding that the institution will be responsible for if we don't have the grants or if we don't have access to the funding that we're speaking of? Because that we're putting that in the policy, and so then that center becomes a responsibility of this policy that we have to keep.
I'll let Dr. Melton speak to the funding component.
And it may not need to be in the policy.
Right.
That's the other piece.
Okay, we'll bring it back.
Okay.
I know we're bringing it back, but you mentioned training and tools for all of these things. You're making the assumption that if I, as a student, am using generative AI to do any of my work, that I'm going through the university resources when I have plenty of AI tools on my own phone. I don't need the training. So that's the part that I kind of missed, your explanation of you've tested all of the tools that are there, but how can you be assured that a student or faculty or anyone else who's using their own material,
You mean their own AI? You mean their own AI tool?
Yeah.
Yes, I mean, we can't stop it because it evolves like every hour. But what we try to do is give them guidelines. And we have webinars, seminars, we post, and we work with the faculty as well with the students on the appropriate legal use of AI.
So I guess as we bring this back, I'm going to Roman numeral 5 about the things that will be provided, those guidelines, those resources. I just kind of think that needs to be developed to go out with this policy, right?
So
Because
you'd like to see the guidelines with the policy?
Yeah, I mean,
Understood.
because how will we know what to discipline someone for if there aren't guidelines that are attached? You know what I mean? I think we need to
I
be
completely do. Yes.
Yeah.
Great feedback. Thank you all.
And one more thing, I think it should be clear that whether or not, and to the point of people using their own personal devices, I think it should be clear in the policy as well that this is relevant for university-issued devices and also for your own personal devices, using university information and inputting it on your own personal device.
The privacy and the security,
I think
definitely.
that should be clear in these guidelines as well.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
And to that point, and maybe what I was trying to get to earlier, is there not a way, if someone is on the university internet, to lock them out of other unapproved AI or things that haven't gone through the approval process for AI tools that the university has deemed to be appropriate for use?
And yes, and I'm gonna, yes, there you go. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sterling Sanders, interim CIO here. We have a security team and networking team that works in conjunction with managing our firewall. We utilize Palo Alto, globally known and recognized firewall. So through the communication with leadership, if there's any indication that there's a AI or any other particular vulnerability that we need to be aware of, we are able to make that immediate adjustment to prevent access of that AI.
Yes. And they have. And
Well, I think we have our action items, correct?
That's it.
General Counsel, so, all right, how do we need to move? Did you have some? Oh, okay.
We have two more information items, research and sponsored program and athletics report.
Research sponsored programs?
Yes, Dr. Goldman, did you have something you needed to?
I would like to answer the question that Chair Winton asked earlier.
It was asked about about the AP courses.
Is that okay?
Is
Chair?
that okay for me
Yes.
to answer that
That's fine. You
question
can
for? Yes, absolutely. So we had 828 students that have been accepted their enrollment, and of that, 12 students have submitted their AP score reports. And remember, these students are still in high school, and so it's likely we're going to get a lot more reports, but that's in fine arts, government, human geography, language arts, physics, psychology, African American studies, and computer science. And then we have students still currently taking AP calculus that have not submitted their reports. And so as the enrollment time period and they get closer to graduation, they'll take their AP test and then they'll continue to submit scores. So it's 12 students out of 828 right now.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you both. Research sponsored programs and then athletics.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Quincy Quick. I'm the Associate Vice President for Research and Sponsored Programs and the Chief Research Officer here. So good afternoon, Madam Chair, Chair Norfleet. I'm going to give you a quick update of the highlights and some lowlights, unfortunately, coming out of the executive orders and the Doge activity at Washington, D.C., but I will not be repeating as much as possible what Jim and his group and maybe LaWanda presented yesterday. I might mention it, but I'm not going to belabor the point, just to go over. So I'll just get right into it so we can kind of get on with the agenda here. So this is sort of an outline. We'll talk about grants, awards, submission data, research capacity and capabilities, the Business Incubation Center, faculty and student research support from extramural grant awards, and then of course the executive orders. I think what I'll start with is this is a year-over-year comparison, and you should have this in really the PowerPoint, and there was a one-page information item that was provided to you, so maybe you had a chance to look over that. I think the good news is that the submissions are up, and so I would like to really acknowledge our faculty and staff here because the submissions are up year over year from fiscal year 24, which means our faculty members and our staff are really continuously engaged in the research enterprise here. I think the downside to that, well, unfortunately, it's not necessarily a downside, is that the amount of grant awards have actually decreased by about 12.5% from fiscal year 24. So last year, this time, we had 74 million. Right now, we're at 65 million. But overall, if we're talking about a 5-year, we're still, we're hitting higher highs and higher lows. So we're still sort of outperforming over the last, say, 10 years. So I think the research enterprise is still in a really, really good place here at Tennessee State. Some strategic improvements. I'll talk a little bit about that. Oh, so we have questions? Okay, Trustee Qualls.
Simple question on the calculation. Promise it's simple. So with the 74 and the 65, with those awards, are any of those multi-year awards?
Yeah, they could be.
Okay.
Yeah, they could be. Yeah.
And are we counting, if there's an award in 24, are we also counting it in 25?
No, absolutely not. Yeah, we're not doing that.
So it's brand new.
Yeah, we no double dipping. This is all new money. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions? No? Good. All right, good. All right, so I'm going to talk a little about research capacity and capabilities. This is a big one for me because of our infrastructure problems that we've had over the last 112 years or so. So I had acquired a grant from NIST, or the Department of Commerce, and that grant is actually being used to renovate 13 research labs and 2 teaching labs in Harnett Hall. And really working with Trustee Young Siegler here in the Department of Biology. They have a number of researchers, postdocs, high-level researchers, and that money is being used for that. It was a strategic approach to go after that money because when that $250 million was allocated to the university, the word research always comes up. That department and that college always got left out. So I just said, let me take my know-how and my means and try to assist this group of researchers. Engineering is getting a portion of that money, and it's going to be spread around. But then you have this huge contingent of researchers that were being left out. And I'm not, and full disclosure, I'm a biomedical scientist. I'm housed in the biology department, but it wasn't necessarily for that. It's just really to increase the capacity and capabilities of that research group. Okay. In addition to that, restructure it and move the small animal facility out of the Department of Biology into research and sponsored programs, where you have, it's a newer building, much more modern facilities, and all this is being done with external money. And so, again, that gives the capacity to be able to do in vivo studies, which we haven't had in 13 years, because we lack what's called a assurance number. And so I got that reestablished here about 3 months ago, and so now our investigators have the ability to do in vivo studies in small animals, particularly mice, on campus and be in compliance in doing that. Now, ag animal research is different than biomedical research, and a lot of people don't really understand that you get those questions. And so they're kind of exempt from the biomedical research compliance. And so you have to have this animal assurance number to be able to do the in vivo work on campus. So we already established that. That's now being housed in research and sponsor programs. And I think also, just to say, the Tiger Institute is there. You have the College of Engineering. Dr. Lynn Lee was up here. His researchers, computer scientists, civil architecture engineers, mechanical engineers are down in the basement. That animal facility is on the second floor. So I think we're creating a more centric research location within that administrative building. It's just not administration. So I like the direction that it's going in. So that's that. I'm very excited about this. The Business Incubation Center now is being managed by me in research and sponsored programs. Quite honestly, it's been neglected for the last several years. And I'm going to give you my commitment, but it won't be neglected anymore. Okay, so I've already staffed it with Mr. Greg Jones, who's the Small Business Development Center Director, and his staff, because what you didn't have there is you didn't have any presence. Nobody was there to, greet people coming in or out and all these sort of things. So it's active. We have a few businesses incubating in there, but of course, the potential there is exponential. And the chatter now from downtown has calmed down a bit about selling the building, thanks to President Tucker and your work as well. And so I feel good about the direction that Business Incubation Center is going to be moving. What I am exploring right now is to use 2,000 square feet of that space for child care services. So I don't know if you're aware, but the governor has an initiative to really put resources into early Head Start programs. There's nobody in the state of Tennessee that's better positioned to do that than us here at Tennessee State. There's a Directive Center of Excellence in Learning Sciences here that reports to me, run by Dr. Kimberly Smith. They receive about $20 million in award, and that's what they do. They train daycare providers. They provide services for early Head Start programs. So we have the expertise to do that. And not only that, I have a source of funds to be able to get that going. So we, have these business incubation centers. We need to generate revenue. You're going to get 1,500,000 ideas, but no money. So I'm of the opinion and always of the approach, let's do the obvious. And so the obvious here is to do this approach. You still have another 13,000 square feet that you can bring in other incubators and do a couple of other different things. So 2,000 square feet is not a lot. That's only 10% of the square footage of the building, and you can have a potential revenue of about $500K. And I think that's God, I hate these terms, low-hanging fruit. I think that's what they say. Okay, so you can take that for what you will. All right. Faculty student research, this is a big one of mine. I didn't know I was such a giver, but I am. I've been giving away a lot of money for the last 4 years or so I've been in this position. A lot of it. So if you see there, I've supported, and this is just this year, about, I think it's 71 faculty members, 67 students, and that total was about $921,000. And a lot of that money was used to pay off student balances and et cetera. And then you can see the figures broken out there. So still have a little bit of that money left. Still looking forward to paying down some balances for students and actually supporting other faculty members. But unfortunately, given this environment, we'll see.
How was that money able to be used to pay off student balances?
So I use it as a recruitment tool. And so what happens is I have latitude from the funding agencies, and what it essentially is, if I pay off your balance, you then have to go out and find a researcher to work with. A lot of these are engineering students. You're then supposed to go out and find and partner with an engineer faculty on my list to be able to do that.
So it would be more akin to if you work for, let's say, a Walgreens, and they say, we'll pay off your student loans this is kind of more akin to that. So
Yeah.
it's not really a scholarship per se. It's really more of a, you're working for these funds. This is not free money. Like they are expected and they have some requirements that they have to meet in terms of research. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So when they come and get this money, the point is made to them that this is not a scholarship. Now, I think the way that they fill out the paperwork, it kind of has that scholarship language. But I tell them, my team tells them this is not a scholarship so that they don't think they're going to get this for the next 4 years. Okay.
Excuse me, are all of the students placed?
Yeah, most of them are. What happens is they have the balances. They sign my form. I then follow up with them. And so I usually follow up and do an evaluation. I would say about 70% of them are placed. You never get 100% of them placed.
They get to keep the money?
Oh, they get the money up front. And they don't, the money doesn't go in their pocket. It goes directly to their balance. Yeah.
Okay.
And the other part of this, quite honestly, for me, and goes to Trustee Trauber's point, this is a workforce development grant that money is coming from. So even if they don't find a research mentor, I have a list of activities. There was one that was scheduled for January, I think, or February, where I bring in the Department of Energy, bring in their human resources team. They bring in job opportunities to help these young people find jobs. That's what this is about. Okay. So, I think it's a win-win, even if they don't do it.
I think just how you characterized it made it seem different, a little different, so. When you initially characterized it, yeah.
Oh, okay. My apologies. So this would have been a slide that Jim and his team and maybe LaWanda would have gone over with you yesterday, so I'm not going to go over this too much. I think we all know that it was not a good moment here at Tennessee State when all this is going on, so I'm just going to kind of go over kind of leave that alone. I think you've seen that enough. But I will say, it looks like, and this is the same story. There were some grants that were terminated. These weren't USDA grants. These were actually coming from the 1890 Foundation, and then, of course, at Evans Allen, and then that's the Next Gen grant. But the tides are turning a bit. I mean, there are a lot of injunctions that come out that have stopped a lot of this activity, and so I think everybody knows the climate that we're in as it relates to that.
Can you remind us what the Evans Allen grant is?
Yes, so Dr. Reddy would be better, but I think that grant is the one where they mostly provide scholarships. Is that right, Dr. Reddy? Oh, yeah. Oh, you stepped up. Yes, the Evans Allen's grant, as I understand, is the one that they mostly provide those scholarships from. Yeah. And then the Next Gen one.
So Quincy, real quick, so the scholarships for students have already been paid for this semester, right? So let's talk through, so the grant is paused, so it's paused at this moment. Have we received those monies already for those student scholarships?
For the.
Are we still waiting on money?
For this one?
Yes.
Or the one I'm talking about?
The Evans,
So there was a pause on that. And
Yes.
LaWanda, did they? It's unpaused.
oh, it's
yeah,
unpaused.
yeah. It's the Next Gen.
So
yeah.
have we received that money from those grants?
Come to the mic so we can hear you.
Yeah, she didn't want to come, and I made her.
But yes. So once we incur the expenses, we can then draw the expenses down. It's open for a longer period of time, but when they suspend it, the current expenses we can't draw. So once they open it back up, we can draw those expenses throughout the grant period. So it's open.
So that's the good news. And I think you would have seen this slide yesterday, so I'm not going to go over this too much. It's just going over the scenarios, the IDC potential loss and reduction and all that. And there's been an injunction that's put in place to have the Trump administration stop. They can't put a cap on that just yet. So a lot of things have, like I said, the tide seems to have been changing a bit. But I think that's going to be short term, quite honestly. But we'll see. So Ms. Johnson was just talking about caused us at the institution as a group to get together and make a really tough call because the activity as it relates around that Next Gen award and some of those USDAs, we had to pause because we were on a cost reimbursement basis, and given our financial situation, we could not take the chance that we were going to incur more expenditures and not be able to draw that money down. So I think collectively, myself, Ms. Johnson, President Tucker, Jim and his team, Dr. Melton was there, Jeanette was there. I mean, I think it was a team effort. And so we've just been managing this and mitigating. And I'm happy to say we're going to be lifting that pause tomorrow so we can get back to spending. And so that's the really good news here. But we'll be assessing it. And so if we need to go back and repause it, that's exactly what we'll do. And that's just me. I'm taking a hard line stance on this more than most. Because I recognize the situation that we're in, but President Tucker has been very supportive, and the team, I think, are on board with that. So this is kind of the summary slide, and I think we're all good to go in terms of the drawdowns, and that's what should have been a report that Jim and LaWanda would have provided to you yesterday in terms of access to the payment management system. And so it looks like we have access to all of those right now to be able to draw those funds down once those expenditures occur. So again, I think at least today we're in a good place. I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow and next week, but today we're okay. And I think that's it. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? We appreciate it. Thank you. Oh,
Trustee Qualls has a question.
okay.
Reached my question quota.
Okay.
You had a question about research and the outcomes based funding model. Yeah, we were talking. So if we have, with the outcomes funding model, our highest weight is on the research program.
In terms of?
The performance-based funding.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I think we're at 20%. That's our number. What is our research strategy going here today and going forward?
So that's why you see me building out the capacity, because with that capacity, that's going to help you bring in more grants, and it's going to help you be able to capture more indirect costs. And so the strategy has to be really a couple of things, but our capacity is just not great, as you know. So number one, that is my number one focus, is to increase the research capacity and provide really strong research development across the institution. Because the reality is this, about an assessment about 2 or 3 years ago, and it was 17% of the faculty submit 85% of the grants. Okay, and that's coming from ag. So when you see me giving out money, that's a part of the strategic plan. The strategic plan is to give folks that have not been participating in research, writing grants, to get an opportunity to be able to submit grants. So Dr. Canoe was up here talking about the College of Health Sciences, went over there and talked with them. They seem to have a nice strategic plan kind of in place. There's some things that can be improved, but it's research capacity, improving research development, and really bringing in folks that have not been participating. You got to get 17% of the faculty responsible for 85% of the grants. I mean, we did 100 million. That tells you we probably can easily get to 150. And when I say that, before, I'm not blowing smoke. That's a real number. I think we can get there because we don't have 83% of the folks participating and submitting grants. If we can get half of those, we'd be in good shape to increase those figures.
But our numbers are based on productivity, and productivity is expenditure. So even though we may have 100% on the formula, even though we may be at 100 million, how much are we in expenditure?
Yeah, that's a sore spot for me. Let me tell you, and it's a problem for the institution because we don't spend, we don't get the IDC, right? So the strategy for that is we hired a person in my office to monitor that. And what she's doing is she's monitoring the expenditures, reaching out to faculty members, making sure that they get on track and stay on track with spending those funds. And if they're not, then she asks them for a plan, and then she continues to monitor them doing that. So all of those things are in place.
So in your world, ideally, what would our expenditures be?
Ideally, in my world, our expenditures would be enough to get us to the $50 million mark. Because that's the Carnegie figure, right? We did $100 million. I think the expenditures on that $100 million was about $29 million. And then Alana just submitted the HERS report not too long ago. That was about another 28 or 29 million that's coming to mind. It's a problem. Historically, we've only spent about a third of the amount of awards that come in. And so if you can get that up, maybe, I don't want to be too unrealistic, but I like to shoot for the moon, right? I would like to get that up to like 70%. That's me.
And the reason I'm asking this is, President, as you all are beginning to think about our formula and the weights. 20%. We have 20% banking on our research. And we've got to figure out a strategy to make sure that we are getting these expenditures. I mean, I think the faculty are there, they're doing great work. Just how do we get them to do more?
Yeah, and a lot of that is also I provide money to faculty members to buy out release time so that they can spend much time on research, focus on getting those expenditures in and managing the grants, because that's a huge part of it. It's one thing to get the award, then there's a whole another thing to manage it. And that's where the expenditures part come in. And, the other, and this is what Jim and SIG and all these folks are working on, our systems are just antiquated. So that doesn't help. So if we can get those things up, and we're working on it, I think it's going to take time, but if those things can be, improved, I think that improves our chances to get those expenditures up and get that formula up to get that number up as it relates to the formula. Okay.
So, Dr. Quigley, because we talk about expenditures and grant funding, so where are we on our path to R1? Because I know a sister institution has reached R1. We won't name her.
Well, that's fine. I'm happy for the sister institution.
But
I
I'm
think
saying,
it was
where
Howard.
are we? Have we veered off, or are we still on?
Listen, we're still on R1. We're still an institution, right? I mean, I don't think it necessarily has to be I think we're on an R1 path because we're on an R1 path as an institution. I mean, the fact that we want to be better as an institution puts us on R1. Now, to answer your question directly, I think that people don't understand we're closer to R1 than most people realize in terms of degree production. We produce about 70 doctoral degrees per year. Half of those go to doctorate of physical therapy, which don't count to the Carnegie classification. The other 35 do. Now, why am I saying we're closer? Because the Department of, and I know Robbie is here, the Department of Education Leadership, their doctorate programs count. They typically have 150 doctoral students enrolled per year. They can get us to Carnegie by themselves. I mean, that's 150 enrolled. I mean, I'm not saying, but that's a lot. And Dr. Reddy has a couple of other PhD programs that will come on as well. So we're, from a doctoral producing standpoint, we're there. Our biggest problem is what Dr. Qualls, the trustee Qualls has said, which is expenditures. Amongst other things, yeah. But, I think we're on path because we're an institution. We have good leadership in President Tucker and a, strong board who wants to hold everybody accountable. So we're on path because we're on path. Yeah. Okay, good. Thank you.
I just have one correction. Somebody just said that the Evans Allens were capacity dollars for research.
Okay. Yeah.
Just to be on the record.
That's fine. Yeah. Okay. I thought it was yeah. That's good. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Athletics, please.
I was going to clarify Dr. Qualls' response. That's what I was going to say.
We're good. Thank you. Athletics.
Good afternoon. First and foremost, I want to thank Board Trustee Witten and all the trustee members for allowing me, and President Tucker for allowing me to present on athletics and just talk about the state of athletics. Right now, just want to address the fact that we do not have a head football coach. Our head football coach has gone on to Bowling Green, and we've expressed our pleasantries in terms of what he did for developing a successful program. We have a championship level program. We have a lot of momentum, but President Tucker and I, we've addressed our current student football student athletes, and we expressed the fact that this momentum, we don't intend for it to stop. We are a very resilient group. We're a very resilient university, and when change happens, we rise up and we address change. And we will find another leader, a leader of integrity, character, someone that can inspire young men. Does it have to be a celebrity? No. The celebrity is in our legacy. It's always been in our legacy. And those young men that we addressed, We had an opportunity to work out with them at 6 in the morning, and the prez, he was throwing up weights, but he he dispelled a lot of rumors. One of which that we will have a football program. You know, we will have a band. When the lights come on in Nissan Stadium, we will be there, and we will stand toe to toe with whoever we have on our schedule, and so as we look for a new coach, it will garner national interest. My phone has been blowing up, and hadn't got much sleep, but I don't get much sleep anyway because if I'm up, I'm thinking about Tennessee State University and winning, and I've always thought that sleep. Somebody's up doing what I'm not doing, so I get my rest. But until every university we play and compete against fears our programs, when we get off the bus, that's when I'll sleep. All right. So I wanted to touch base on that. So as we go throughout the process, we'll get our candidate pool and we'll get in front of them, and then it'll conclude with our leadership, being President Tucker and I, expressing and asking those open-end questions to try to figure out if there's a hunger with someone that we're in front of to come lead and drive our program forward. So I did want to address that. As you go through, I have bullet points there. Just to talk about our academic and athletic achievements in athletics. We have 210 student athletes in our program, and I'm happy that they had an outstanding, happy to report they had an outstanding academic semester in the fall, and we continue that. Some of the highlights are our departmental semester GPA was a 3.31. Our departmental cumulative GPA, that's for all of our 15 sports programs, was a program high 3.34. We had 171 student athletes that earned a 3.0 GPA or higher. So out of our student athlete population pool, we only have 39 student athletes that are not above a 3.0. And that's a testament to the support of my colleagues such as Dr. Melton, Dr. Johnny Smith, Dr. Pirtle, Dr. Antoinette Duke, and their student success program that they have. And what they've done is integrated all the resources, from tutoring resources to time they're spending with our football student athletes, track student athletes, men's and women's basketball, so on and so forth. And that time, whether our student athletes have, some come to us with learning disabilities. And we have to make sure that they're corralled and supported to get through college and matriculate. And so I'm happy to announce that our overall GSR, our graduation success rate, is a 82%. 82%. And that additional 18% that we're off is contributed really to the transfer portal, which you hear about. And but you know, we're trying to get that at 100% all the time, and it's a concerted effort. And I want to really shout out, because I know she's watching, Kanita Stokes, our Associate AD of Academic Support, and Jennifer Bell. They've done a phenomenal job of just making sure our academic resources are in place for student athlete success. And then last but not least, we have 32 student athletes that had a perfect 4.0 GPA. Okay. Moving ahead, our athletics performance, football, obviously, we had a great run, a banner year. We shared the OVC Big South Championship, and we made the NCAA playoffs for the first time since 2013. We played live on ESPN2. Really had so many alums and Big Blue supporters that had watch parties if they couldn't be in Montana in the freezing cold, like Trustee Qualls. But the support was phenomenal. Our kids felt that thousands and thousands of miles away, And it really means a lot, and it shows that there's a foundation, and that foundation of our program has always been the alums, the fan support. So we'll continue that, and I'll talk about how we're going to continue to build upon that. Just a couple of other awards in football. We had a couple of student athletes that one in particular that was had a big time award. Sanders Ellis, he was the defensive freshman of the year in FCS. Obviously, our coach. Our former coach was named Eddie Robinson National Coach of the Year, and also the Conference Coach of the Year. And then in football, some of the things that materialized, we have established a legacy series. I talked to the AD, Paul Bryant at Alabama A&M, and said, hey, let's play a series where we return home and home games from now until 28, and we hope that it has some mileage after that. We'll start that series this year, September the 13th, here in Nashville, Tennessee, and then we'll reciprocate the energy and go to Huntsville in 26. That series is important because one, we saw the support that we got at Howard. And we're really intentional in terms right now, being intentional of scheduling great HBCU institutions that reflect some of the excellence that we have here. And it's important to play those HBCU institutions because our fans get very excited about attending home or away games. We have 8 home games this fall. We'll start off with our John Merritt Classic, which is August the 30th, and we played North Carolina A&T. We'll go on to play the national champion, North Dakota State here, September the 6th, September the 13th. I mentioned Alabama A&M, and then Howard will be here October 18th. That'll be our homecoming opponent. So those are our 4 big games, and we're looking at an opportunity to play our conference games as well. So I did want to mention our schedule. Moving to men's and women's basketball, our men's program, they made the semifinals of the conference tournament, and then our women's program also made the OVC tournament. And so I was proud about Candace Dupree, her first year, just getting acclimated with that group, and she's on the recruiting trail already. And this upcoming year will be big for our men's basketball team because we have a lot of returners, which we haven't had that in the past. Our team has really been impacted by transfers, and so continuity is important, specifically in basketball. And so I've expressed that to our head coach, and we're excited about our upcoming season with men's basketball. In cross country and track and field, we had a student athlete, Robert Hooper. We've never had a cross country athlete make the NCAA regionals, and so he accomplished that. And in men's tennis, they've repeated as HBCU national champions. And then our softball program, right now they're currently second in the OVC in standings, and they have great leadership with Janae McGrath. She finished 3rd last year, and I always tell our coaches, if we're not in the front, we need to be on their heels, and if we're on their heels, we need to figure out what they're doing to be successful in all aspects of their program, from recruiting to staff support and development. All right. I do want to address hockey. President Tucker and I had an opportunity to meet with our hockey head coach, Dante Abercrombie. He presented where he was in terms of fundraising support. Right now, there's been fundraising support come over from the NHL for 2 years at $125,000 a year. So there's $250,000 there. There's been equipment. There's been gifting kind, gifting kind to us by Bauer, which is, they're top of the line in terms of skates and sticks and some equipment. And so if you look at scholarships and operation and travel, we have expressed to the hockey head coach and our partners with the Predators and the NHL that the institution is not in a position to add a new program if the program isn't independently funded. Okay, so our position now is pivoting from prior leadership and saying, hey, we have to fund the programs that we have now. We're also doing some cost adjustments in terms of scholarships and the way we fund our programs currently, but it's in our best interest to make sure that we deliver on the ones we have now, which are 15, before we add a program where we can invest institutional dollars. Okay? Revenue generation. The fact that we play 8 home games will be key this year in terms of generating revenue for football games, and then our home basketball games. We have opportunities in the Gentry Center if we address our media board and have more inventory opportunities for our corporate sponsors to invest in our athletics department. We definitely need a center hung where you can get replays and sponsors can showcase their brand in our arena. And there's some things we need to do with seating to provide a better fan engagement experience, lighting, right? I'd love to have introductory show for the student athletes before they come out. All of those things go hand in hand with the overall experience of the game, and they help with attendance, okay? And but we do have a plan from a revenue generation standpoint. We'll be on our Roar City tours. We'll make 4 to 5 stops in May, and during those stops, we'll be asking for funding for scholarship needs, because we have reduced our scholarship number to make sure that we're great partners with the institution and other needs that we have at this campus to provide scholarships to students, not just student athletes. Last but not least, in terms of revenue generation, we have corporate partnerships. Roughly, we do around 650,000. I want to get that up to 1.2 million, and so we do have a plan around that of really bringing our more of our sponsorship calls and handling those leads in-house. And we have a position that was established at Julius McNair, our Assistant AD of Strategic Initiatives and Corporate Sponsorships heads. And so we have a good plan around that. From an expenditure standpoint and cost-saving initiatives, we've all talked about the travel in this form with our buses. And so Mr. Thompson continues to work through that so we can start activating those buses specifically for some of our Olympic sport teams and control some of those expenditures in that realm. Other cost-saving strategies that we have is consolidating our apparel, where our teams don't control our apparel. We basically have a standard issuance of gear, bags, things that they need, travel suits, but we control that so we can basically, everyone will look uniform throughout all of our sports programs. So we can control costs with Under Armour and some of our providers there. And then we're always working to reduce our subsidy of indirect and direct support. Right now, we're about 62%. And so, President, he's always in my ear of just talking about revenue opportunity and what we can do there. All right. So from a facility standpoint, if you're still following, we have ongoing projects. Right now, we've addressed the training room in the Gentry. We've invested in training tables through sponsorship dollars, and those are the training tables that our student athletes get treated on. The cabinetry, shelving, those things. I said, hey, this year, let's really take a look at some of our student athlete welfare areas, because if a mother or father, aunt, and uncle are bringing their young people to our campus and they're saying, hey, am I going to allow my kid to compete there? You definitely want to be at a high level in those spaces, specifically your academic space and your student athlete welfare spaces that hit your medical support and getting your student athletes back competing. And so speaking about getting them back competing, through our general counsel's office, thank you, Attorney Brown, we have partnered with X3. They're a PT service company that we partner with at no cost to provide a PT on site to get our student athletes back to competition, because we all know, if you know anything about the medical industry, the athletic trainer can only do so much in terms of acute injuries. They address those things, but then how do you rehab? You know, what is that timing? What's that workload for a young person? And so we're proud about that that partnership that just came over. So thank you, Attorney Brown. Hankel Hall, we did get a grant from the NCAA at $100,000. So I welcome you to come over to Hankel. I really welcome a tour one day, get the trustees over and we can go through some of our facilities, but they continue to be enhanced. And through our grant, we were able to address our learning lab, add new computers through Tevin Knowles' support there, and different things in the facility that makes it one that's attractive for students to just want to be around our coaches, our support all day. All right. And future needs, we know what Hill Stadium, we would love to have games there. That's a full ongoing conversation and project that we're continuing to work through. We have some partners with the Titans that are working with us to see what that space looks like, to address in our surface, ADA compliance, restrooms, the lighting, et cetera. And so when you talk about revenue generation, when we get to a place where we can control our revenue opportunities here on this yard, and we get to the place where we can have the spirit back on campus, we will, I believe, it'll bode well in terms of our recruitment efforts. And we will also not only add to the value, there'll be a value add from an economic impact from businesses around here, but it really will help, bring our alums back in this space and reset our fan base. I believe we're at that point where we need to do that. And President Tucker's been working with me to carve out what that looks like, again, through private support. All right. Go through here quickly so I know we wrap up. We did a great job this year of really engaging the community during our games and activities. We really hit the local community schools with MNPS and Dr. Battle's group there. And with Kids Day, we had 2,000 kids on our campus in the Gentry Center for a game. At noon, which was they were all screaming. We won the game, which was really, really good. But no, that was phenomenal. And Crystal Bonner in our marketing department did a great job with that. And then we had Jack and Jill, America Inc. over the Nashville chapter. I'm a part of the Franklin chapter, but that group, it was awesome to get them here on campus because that's a very affluent group, and that's the group that we want to go out and basically spread our messaging that, hey, you can have a great time on a Thursday or Saturday here and come enjoy the games and introduce your young people to Tennessee State University at a young age, and hopefully they'll want to attend here and like their parents, right? Because most of their parents are in Jack and Jill. And so we'll continue those efforts. Through our TSU Becoming program, which is our student athlete development program, we spent 2,200 hours in the community for community service. And so that program's really flourishing. It's 4 years old, and it's where we host all of our career networking, our community service, and really hone in on the soft skills that our student athletes need to be successful after sport. And that program's very important because there will be a time the athletic part ends, and we want our kids to be productive citizens. So I'll really stop right there in the best interest of time and open the floor for any questions.
I don't think we have any questions, but great report. We do appreciate you sharing today. Anybody have anything?
Your finance.
So thank you for your
Thank you, trustees.
time.
Yeah, but don't miss the highlight that the 68-year-old president worked out with the football team at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Kudos to you, sir.
For the board minutes, can I know what you are bench pressing?
Only 90 pounds, but
So noted.
All right.
Yeah, if I'll say this, if Trustee Trauber's son was a little older, he has the best coach ever in his family, I'd come after him.
Well, I want to thank the Academic Affairs and Student Affairs Committee and all those that participated in providing presentations. The information you shared is helpful as we continue to grow. We have over like 18, I believe, academic units and 16 student affairs programs, if I calculated correctly. And so we want to hear from all of those eventually. And I think this is great information to be shared, the great work, the challenges, opportunities, and the barriers. But I do appreciate all the reports that were shared with the committee today. And moving forward, I would just like to have a
Motion to adjourn. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The motion passes.